Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 367. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. You know, it's another day. Got up early, went for a little walk, got some coffee. It's good. No complaints. It's one of these days where it's just kind of like, yeah, this is a no complaints kind of deal.
Wow.
Nothing exceptional, nothing bad, just exactly as minimally interesting as it needs to be, which is good in my view.
That's nice. I don't think I've ever not had a complaint. So that's an interesting mentality. Good for you. Good to see you.
You too.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
Good. I was talking to you, Colin, about Holly's gone this week. And so I am the lone, human in this house. I have Frisk with me, of course. And I've never lived, but I lived by myself for like a month before I got married. And it's the only time in my life. It's the only time I've been alone, without Holly in our marriage in this house. I've gone away on trips without her, but she's never gone anywhere without me. So, I've just been hanging out with Frisk. I bought a few days, over the weekend, I bought a key lime pie from Sam's Club. I've just been chipping away at that all week. Yeah, and that's kind of been the thing that's keeping me going is the key lime pie.
Yeah, cool.
So
cool.
Yeah, I'm doing fine though.
You're a single man this week.
Single man.
Yeah.
Ate hot dogs for dinner.
Nice. Love
so definitely keeping it real. I have no food for tonight. Absolutely none. We didn't go shopping before she left, and I don't want to do that. Which we do grocery pickup anyway, so it's not like I am forcing her to go to the grocery store. But
you pick it up.
Yeah. We do the Aldi pickup.
Oh, so. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like trusting Aldi. I guess it would work because they have like one of everything, but in my experience doing that at like Safeway back in the day or like Publix here in the South, it's like the replacement stuff and they just don't do it right. And you see all this stuff about people complaining that they want women to be able to do this because women are way better. Have you seen this conversation about it? Like that people,
I believe it.
So there's like this whole thing with Instacart where it's like people get really fucking disenchanted and disappointed if they get a man because they seem to be so much more careless and there's like entire threads on it and stuff. It's so funny. Micah does all the shopping, but like, when I lived here by myself, I would get some things delivered, but really shopping in person is the nice premier experience in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes Aldi pickup, you're right. It is mixed because I've had situations where it's like, I want chicken thighs and I put the one chicken thigh, whatever. They have like a few selections. They have like regular organic or some other bullshit. You pick one of those and they're like, oh, we're out of those. Sorry. And that's it. And then they don't replace it with anything. Or they don't even offer because they're supposed to send you a text that's like, would you like to select a replacement? They don't even offer that. So I go and pick up the fucking groceries and then I have to go in the store and they have fucking chicken thighs. It's just not the exact one I selected. I'm like, you have a whole system for this. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's frustrating.
What are we doing?
It's frustrating.
So... the other thing this pisses me off. This is like my Karen level anger, boomer anger, is that there are 4 slots for a grocery pickup in front of Aldi. And so there, in theory, should never be anyone parked there that isn't in a car because you should be waiting there for the pickup.
Right.
These motherfuckers, though, there's people parking there all the time. There's one time where there's only one spot left. And I thought, I need to pick up groceries. And what if all these fuckers here are just parking here like, oh, it's no big deal. I just got to run in and grab some. I don't care. This is not for you.
Right.
Why is everybody entitled to something, especially when they're clearly not entitled to that spot?
That's what you get for supporting a German company. Fucking psychopaths.
That's true. That's true.
I've been wondering about this shirt I'm wearing. Like the neck is all fucked up on it. And I don't know how that happened. Like, how
what are you talking about? What's fucked up about it?
You not see how it's sitting weird?
I think it's not perfectly round.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
How could that even happened?
I have some shirts that are like that, where like the head gets or the neck hole gets fucked, and you're just like, how does this?
Why does this
in
a weird way?
I know. I have a shirt that's exactly like that. That's fucked in that exact way where it's just like, how does I wouldn't even know exactly how to do this on purpose, so it's weird that it happened at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
And why just this one shirt? Like, what did I do? I don't. My taking off a shirt routine is not so different as to affect my clothes so drastically differently to the point where like none of my other clothes are fucked up like this, but this shirt is. Like, I don't. It doesn't track.
It can't be. This is a newer shirt. A newer shirt. I have shirts that are 20 or 25 years old that are like perfect still. It's so that I've worn probably hundreds of times. And then I have this fucking shitty shirt. And the reason I love this shirt actually, but the reason maybe it looks like a Mets shirt kind of, and maybe it's kind of like karma for wearing it because I hate the fucking Mets. I don't really hate the Mets. I don't really care about them. But certainly 9 out of 10 people would look at the shirt quickly. Maybe I got some Mets shirt. You know, really it should say Long Island on it. That would be better. Long Island. And then it would have the little thing here down here. Oh, someone just texted me. Micah said maybe your head got bigger. I don't know if that's even possible, to be honest.
That's crazy.
My head. No one talks about how big my head is, but when I was a kid, that's all anyone ever talked about. You know, was Colin, you have a huge fucking head. Chowder Man. That's my aunt's nickname for me. That she doesn't even call me Colin. She calls me Chowder Man. That's because I have a huge head.
Wait, what is the correlation between chowder and a huge head?
There's like
exactly?
the chowder, like having a chowder is I don't know where it comes from, but I don't know the etymology of it, but it means like you have a big head, at least in like New York culture or something. I don't know, or maybe it's an Italian thing, but look at that guy's chowder, you know, like so that's.
I'm not even exaggerating when I say I've never heard that in my entire life until this very, very moment.
Big head
like chowder meaning huge head is like entirely new information, and I know it's entirely new information because entirely new information is so rare now. I feel like I've encountered everything that I learn. I feel like I've seen it like at least once or twice. That is new.
All right, here it is. This is Gemini. While chowderhead is a term used to describe a stupid or ignorant person, it doesn't directly mean big head in the physical sense. The origin of the word chowderhead is believed to be the corruption of the 16th century insult cholterhead, which in turn came from jolterhead, a term that was used literally to refer to a person with a large, heavy head, before it evolved to also mean a thick-headed or black-headed person. There you go. And Joni wasn't fucking around back in the 80s.
You always learn something new in the introductions of Sacred Symbols episodes.
Yeah, well, I've got to learn something at some point in your life. You're all fucking ignorant. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be here with both of you. But Dustin, especially you this week, I want to say, because I feel like people thought I was being too harsh on you last week, and I wanted to give you 5 to 10 minutes to retaliate.
5 to 10 minutes to retaliate. I don't know. It's not in my nature to do such things. I mean, I don't know. What do I say? At one point, I don't know, divorced dad shirt, but you don't have the jacket on. You need the jacket, so that's not going to work as a good insult.
Yeah, that's how I interviewed Shuhei Yoshida. I looked like a divorced father of 3 that owned a hardscape business. That does well, but it's seasonal.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you're just gonna have to give me a pass some point in the episode. I'm gonna attack when you least expect it.
I feel like people are overstating your sensitivity. It's actually more of an insult to you, I think, at this point than it is to me. I did
think it was particularly funny because this one, I mean, I felt pretty pleased last week after that whole interaction. I thought that was a great time. But yeah, some people didn't pick up on that.
There's a small sliver of the audience that thinks I'm like a mean person or something. And I'm like, I'm not. I would never do anything mean to anyone intentionally. I'm just busting balls. This is how I grew up. I mean, this is how I've lived my entire life, is busting people's balls, getting my balls busted. I'm the youngest of many people. My balls were busted on an incessant basis. So I don't really get upset by it. It's actually, if I don't bust your balls, I probably don't like you.
Right. Now,
to be honest.
I'm going to break the illusion for some people, but this is just the truth. And it's the truth of probably all the podcasts you listen to, all the YouTubers you watch, all this stuff. It's a performance to some degree. I think you are getting an authentic version of the 3 of us, but it's certainly exaggerated, and it's certainly different from if you met one of us and talked to us one-on-one. So, I mean, Sacred Symbols, any other pod, it's a bit of a stage. We want to entertain you.
You're right.
Yeah.
So
aren't you entertained?
not everything's real. I mean, some of it's real. A lot of it's real. It's a weird balance.
You don't even know. You don't even know what you're saying.
Oh, I know.
No, I agree. Everyone calm down. I would never mistreat. The company wouldn't exist without Dustin. I don't even know what I would do. I'd probably just like buy an RV and retire or something, you know?
That's a good life, an RV.
Yeah.
RVs are looking mega. There's something about the RV lifestyle, like the nomad type thing, that's always been like appealing to me.
It is very appealing. I'm trying to find, God, I got to find this channel because I watch it on YouTube. And it's, let me see, is it called RV Living? I don't know. There's like an RV channel. It's fairly popular that I watch. It's like an old man and he like goes and interviews people about their rigs and their setups and whatever. And people have like pretty impressive setup. And then Mike and I make fun of it though, because it'll be like the whole spectrum. So like someone that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this like beautiful setup, and then someone living in their fucking Ford Explorer. Right. And they're like, look at my build. And I'm like, it's not a build. You're homeless living in a Ford Explorer.
It's
just letting you know that's not a build. You're living in the trunk of a Ford Explorer.
It's not a build. You're homeless. That's a great sequence of words,
but it's true at the same time. Yeah. I'll find the channel at some point. I highly recommend it. And the guy goes in, and so we have this joke. He's like an old man. He's a totally normal person, but we have this joke that he just after it's mostly women, by the way, that do this. And we have this thing that like afterwards he has sex with every one of the people he interviews in their setup. That's like
that's your headcanon.
That's our headcanon. That's like what we like. That's like the price of doing business, as it were.
That's crazy. That's a hell of a racket that he's got running.
Oh, he does. It's fantastic. God bless. All right. No, I'm not going to go live in an RV. I don't even drive. Well, how would I get it anywhere? I'd have to hire a driver.
Micah. You'll still be married, assuming
she doesn't want to do it though. See, I already know this. See, I'm already getting ahead of myself. She doesn't want to do it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So
it'll be like a tour. I'm gonna have to hire a driver. He's only gonna be able to drive for 8 hours and then he has to rest.
This is Colin's divorce arc, is that he'll hire a silent driver to drive his RV around. And he'll just kind of say, he'll be like that. What is it? The the butler in the original Tomb Raider games that just kind of meanders around and only kind of grunts.
Right.
Oh, I found it. Cheap RV Living is the channel, by the way, in case people want to check it out. It's got 818,000 subscribers.
Hey, there you
go. Yeah, so there's one solo life truck wasn't the plan, but it saved her. So this woman's living in the back of a pickup truck. But then this other woman's living in a trailer, an actual trailer. Yeah, I'll throw it in here in the chat for you, and you can check it out at your leisure. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be here with all of you, and we've been. By the way, what would it be? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Our 8th anniversary? Is that right? 19? No, that can't be right. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. 7th anniversary. 8th anniversary of the company. Just passed in early July, and I totally forgot. But 7 is not a very exciting number. It's like we're kind of really just waiting for 10. And who even knows if the world will still exist by the time we get to that, or PlayStation.
Yeah,
for that matter, it will. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. But in the meantime, we're here in the interim episode 367. It's good to be here with all of you. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support of our show. You can support on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Like many thousands of you do. We couldn't do it without you. $5 a month is the sweet spot, though you can join at $1, $2, $5 or above, get all sorts of different perks. $5 a month gets you early ad-free access to every episode of this show in audio and video format, as well as episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus every week, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show, access to Discord, access to the RSS feeds and Spotify feeds and all the rest, so you don't even have to interact with Patreon if you don't feel like it. Recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes include, so we did sit down, and I appreciate the guys doing it. We did it on a Sunday, which is very unusual. But we sat down and did a 2.5, almost 3 hour recording about Death Stranding Director's Cut, which I finally beat and platinumed. So we can get into that and get that out of my head. And I've already moved on to Death Stranding 2. We'll talk about that later in the show. I also recorded a really, really fun episode and a really insightful episode, I think, with Maddie and Cog, the Dukes. Defining Duke is our Xbox podcast on our network. And it's 14 PlayStation games that may come to Xbox. And I think people might enjoy that conversation. Some very unlikely, some I think almost guaranteed. I think it'll be a pretty controversial episode as well. So people, please look forward to that, as well as an episode that I already put up that people can check out with Reese Elliott from Alinea Analytics, where we talk a lot about game data. And that was a really insightful conversation. People enjoyed that as well. Much more coming up, of course. James Solar wrote into us, friend of the show and historian, says, "Hello, gentlemen. I watched the Sacred Bets results episode and was quite pleased. I hope you had as much fun with the questions as I did. I think these types of game shows are very fun. Is there any chance you can give us an update on the rumored return of the Sacred League? Soon, we'll have more information on that. There's something fun happening, in my opinion, where I think this will be solved soon enough. So please look forward to it. Merch, laststandmedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, etc. Free shipping in these United States on all stickers. And get your copy of Habroxia, which is still selling. I don't know how many copies of it we have now. Probably hundreds. But Micah's just shipping out 50 a day. Nowhere near done. And I suspect we'll sell out of them by the end of the year. So get your copy whilst you can. Tyler Richot wrote in. Richot said, "Hey, Sacreds. Just wanted to check in on the merch shop. Any plans to add new items? I have a shirt and sweater." You don't have a sweater. "And would love to add one to the collection. A snapback cap with the various logos, or all the logos melded into one, a new hoodie design, etc. Just a thought, keep on keeping on." Once I feel like Mike is not going to have a nervous breakdown about Habroxia, we're going to move on to figuring out what we're going to do for the fall and specifically for the holidays. I think what we'll probably do is maybe like some sort of activation, new sweatshirt or something, plus maybe a new shirt design. I don't really know. We'll have something to do. We didn't do a great job, as I let the whole company know. We didn't do a very good job last year of selling merch during the holiday season. That was a completely botched opportunity. And I let everyone know how I felt about it. So we're not doing it again. So do you have any ideas, Dustin, about merchandise?
Well, I am working on a secret project that is merch related. We talked about this a long time ago, Colin, but it's actually getting going now that Habroxia is done. So look forward to that, but it's not apparel. So a little different. I would love to do hats. I think last time we looked into doing hats, we were very strict American only, and that made it very, very complicated. So we can check with our merch provider and maybe figure out some kind of option. But I think that the normal, ball caps or whatever, snapbacks, stuff like that is one of the most things we get asked for. So I think that would be great. We just need to figure out how to source them in a way that we feel is responsible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't need any suicide Chinese factories making my merch personally. Right. So I don't truly have a problem with doing business overseas with some countries. For instance, sure. we do have all of our stuff's American except for one run of our shirts is Honduran. I don't have beef with the Hondurans.
To be honest, I think it's the nicest shirt too. So they've got it figured out over in Honduras.
Right. Well, I don't know if they have it figured out, but they make nice shirts over in Honduras.
Them Hondurans, they really know their way around linen.
Did I tell you that when I got like my sprinklers installed or something? This was like right when I moved in. This was just the most casually. It wasn't. I don't think the guy even meant it as racist, but it was just so casual. It was like, oh my God, I really am in the South. It's so funny where he was like, well, I'll just do my Southern accent. I don't really know what he did have a Southern accent, but he was like, well, everything's installed. We'll have we'll have our Nicaraguans come on over here and check this out in the coming weeks or whatever. That's literally what he said.
Nicaraguans.
I was like, all right. Very, very cool.
He's got a fucking platoon of Nicaraguans.
Yeah. He's like, we'll have our Nicaraguans come on over here and make sure everything's working properly. I'm like, all right.
That's funny.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, man. Dude,
good to meet you, sir.
Dude, holiday, it's tricky. The holidays feel like sometimes they just sneak up on you and you're like, oh shit. Like, even though they're these big calendar events, for whatever reason, when it comes to like getting something set and ready for them, it feels like it feels for some reason like there's never enough time. Like, I've missed so many merch opportunities for like holidays where I'm like, oh shit, why didn't we do something?
There was a piece of merch you guys were selling recently that I was like, I gotta get. What was it?
Is it the Sonic? What did it say?
Yeah. Is it something?
The Autistic and Afraid shirt?
Yeah, that's a great shirt. There was another one though that I really liked too when I was looking at your merch shop. I should look now.
We had a couple. There's a new Final Fantasy one, which is Cloud.
That might have been the one that I was like, yeah, Final. And it's like Cloud. Yeah, that's a great. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's good.
Sword, which is fun.
Are these print on demand, or do you get these printed ahead of time and then?
I think they're print on demand. I don't know. I only kind of like barely talked with the people, but like I'm trying to offload as much of this shit as possible.
Yeah, they're cheap for print on demand.
Yeah, I mean the Autistic and Afraid one got stolen immediately too. Like some other company, like just or some it's like whack-a-mole with certain shirt designs. Mm-hmm. And I've had this happen a couple times where like I've seen my shirt designs on like t-shirt racks or like you ever been to Venice Beach, right, Colin? Like where like they'll have like the shirt stands. Mm-hmm. I remember seeing. I used to have a shirt that just said "Kill Me," but like it was in the Friends. It was like the Friends logo with like the different colors and in that font
and the dots.
And the dots. And I saw it at a t-shirt rack in Venice Beach, and I was like, oh shit, it's interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't really do anything about it. I didn't care enough to be like,
what can you
whatever.
do? Yeah.
I was more flattered. They was like, oh, cool. Derek also had his face on one of those shirts at like, I think Venice Beach or in like Santa Monica or someone. And it said R.I.P. Marcus, which was like one of my favorites. Like it was just straight up his face. I was like, yo, that's amazing.
That rules. These are great. This is great merch. Yeah. The Snark Tank one with the metal kind of.
Yeah. We're working on some other stuff too. But I wish we could do like weird. I wish there was an opportunity to do really weird, like specialty, like here's a Snark Tank EpiPen or something, or like a Sacred Symbols vape, or like or maybe a Sacred Symbols pacifiers for everybody in the audience who has a problem with everything I do and don't say. Suck on that.
A lot of babies. A lot of babies everywhere. Are people busting your balls recently, Chris? I haven't seen.
Not really. Not any more than normal.
Oh, okay.
But it's always funny because it's just like it's so impassioned that I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. Everything I say, I tweet on the toilet or something. We're like half paying attention, so it's very funny.
Right. Dustin, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
I was searching because Chris, you said that one of your shirts have been stolen on a website, so I found it. And I was like, I'm just going to search Sacred Symbols shirt on Google Images.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And I sent the link. Here's a shirt that we've never made that people have asked for. I just don't know if it's possible with screen printing in our place, but it's the Sacred Symbols Last of Us Complete, which I saw a guy made one custom himself.
Yeah.
He wasn't selling them. I was like, oh, that's awesome. Someone has Frisk on their shirt. I love that. But
look how shitty this is too. It has like the artifacting on it on the bottom left from the like the white image.
Oh yeah, bootleg Sacred.
Yeah, I've noticed that like when we sell things, like there would be like a tweet that would like immediately go out and start selling the shirts. Like, who's really buying shit from these fucking random one-off screen printers? It seems outrageous. I used to give the logos away. We'll probably do that again. I really don't care if people use our merch or our logos to make their own merch. I really don't care. I know it's prohibitively expensive to get it shipped for people in other parts of the world. Our merch is actually quite cheap and high quality. I think very high quality actually. And because we have no middlemen, way cheaper than it would normally be. But I know it's prohibitive, so like, go make what you want. I just ask that people don't sell our shit.
Right.
The problem with Sacred Symbols is that I own the trademarks and the copyrights and all of them. Well, it wouldn't be a copyright, but a trademark to like the moon logo, the knockback logo, the summon sign logo. But we couldn't do the Duke logo for reasons we've discussed many times, that Duke University just goes after everyone if there's anything regarding that. And then the Sacred Symbols logo we can't do because it's the triangle, square, circle, X thing is Sony's. And we would get denied. So it's like not even worth trying to do that. I remember when I launched the show, I was wondering if they were going to bust balls about the logo, but they never did. So, and Sacred Symbols itself, I own the term Sacred Symbols, which is funny because I definitely didn't make it up. So whoever did, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Click what? God, these bootleg. I love these sites because they're so poorly made, and then like the reviews are always like none because no one's buying them. That's why I ultimately don't care. It's just kind of like, why even bother scraping this information? I guess the hope is that you get like maybe like 3 people. And you do that like a million times, and like hopefully you get like a sizable chunk of people buying random shirts by accident. But they're not even that much cheaper than just like the real run of shit. That's what's crazy is that like it's $22 for this bootleg one. It's like what What is even the point?
I don't need some Uyghur slave making my Snark Tank shirt as a one-off, you know?
Right, yeah.
I'm good. All right, let's move on. What else is there to say? Oh, there's really nothing else to say. Let's move on to topics of discussion, stretch our legs, some fun things from the audience, and then we'll get into the game news of the week as we always do. We'll get into what we're playing, and then we will end with more comments and concerns from the audience. Remember, you can submit your inquiries on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia in the thread in the news feed each week for the different shows. Post there. We pull out of those. We'll pull out. Ooh. I never pull out, but we pull out the comments from the threads and go from there. We'll start with now I want you guys to just answer the question. Dustin, Billy Bong Baggins wrote in and said, boys, favorite color, favorite number, go.
Favorite color is blue. I do not have a favorite number. I don't care.
Interesting. Chris, favorite color, favorite number, go.
Red 40.
Red 40.
No. It is red 7. I think
7.
Yeah. 7. I love the number 7. There's something
7,
about it.
Yeah. That's George Costanza's child's name. 7.
That is true.
Blue 14 is my favorite color and my favorite number. Thank you for asking, Billy Bong Baggins. Adam Baldinger wrote in and said, hey, Dustin, with the furry convention in Pittsburgh this past weekend, I was wondering how you enjoyed it and what you dressed up as. Give us all the details.
So, yes, this is something that Pittsburgh is unfortunately tainted with this furry convention. I have never been around town at the convention center or anywhere near it when the furries are there. But interesting that this comes up. I dropped Holly off at the airport over the weekend. Or I know that was Monday. So the convention was over the weekend. And the furries were in full force at the airport. Now, they weren't suited. But Holly was texting me saying, I'm seeing they've got special like containers to hold their helmets and stuff. She said that when they were waiting, because their first flight was to Seattle and then over to Taiwan, then to Cambodia. She said she was hearing howling in the terminal from the furries.
Nice.
And that there were many furries on the flight. I don't think they disturbed her on the flight. Who knows what they were doing in the bathroom up there? Making puppies or
Weird
something.
Fucking perverts.
But yeah, I try to stay as far away from Pittsburgh during the furry convention. I gotta be honest. When I see a furry, I'm furry phobic.
Yeah.
I feel uncomfortable when I see one. At too many games, there's a couple furries sometimes walking around. And to be honest, do whatever you want. Like, well, do what you want, but be respectful. Don't be weird. I mean, how can you not be weird about it? Do everything legally right if you're going to be a furry. But I see it and it makes me uncomfortable. You know?
Yeah.
I just I don't want to have anything to do with it.
The thing to me about it is that like it feels like a suit of armor. You know what I mean? Like to the point where just like I feel like so much less protected than this person. And then my question is immediately like, why are you so protected? Like, what do you know? Like, why are you so? I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah. It feels like they're like because they're huge. Those suits are massive, dude, and they spend a lot of money on them. Like I don't know I don't know why furries are so fucking rich. I don't know if they're like crypto people or what. But like, which I honestly that makes.
There's probably a lot of broke down setups though too. We just don't see some shaggy old things. People wearing old vinyl Halloween costumes from the 80s.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like every time I've ever seen a furry in public, regardless of like whether it's like at a convention or just like randomly, it just feels like they've always got it on lock. You know, like they've got like the budget, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah,
it's my understanding some of these furry suits they're not cheap. This is a very large investment.
Many thousands, I think.
Dude, I know people who build them for clients, and they're just like, yeah, they're inexplicably loaded, and it's just like, yeah, good. I mean, if you can make that shit, like, absolutely, go ahead, like, make your money. Like, that's a crazy, it's a crazy thing to be able to sell for like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm sure I see some of these sets like when I would go to like various conventions, like I went to MomoCon once, which is in Atlanta, and it was taking place right around the same time as Dragon Con. Mm-hmm. Which is like apparently a very cosplay furry sort of situation. And you see a lot of interesting things, let's say. It's cool. Like the idea of dressing as an anthropomorphic animal in and of itself is fine with me. Like you dress up as Star Fox or something, like that's cool.
Yeah. Absent the cultural impact of what that means on the internet.
Right.
It's kind of cool.
Right.
Like even the mechanics of some of like this, like I've seen like materialistically and like the build craft of it. It's like, that's really impressive actually. That you managed to get like the articulating jaw moving and like what the fuck the eyes do. That's crazy. But then like you hear about the hotels that have
right.
Like,
the problem is that they're all fucking each other in them, and that's
that's a whole
nother
they're wearing
level.
diapers.
Right.
A lot of them too. Shit in their pants.
Oh, do they do that so that they don't have to take their suits off or whatever? Or is that like part of the fetish?
I don't know.
The thing is, to be fair to the furries, if I may, which I don't want to do.
You must. Yeah.
If I must be fair to the furries, with any kind of subculture, you're going to hear about the worst of the worst and not hear about the...
That is true.
So I understand that not all furries are wearing diapers and shitting themselves and pissing on the floor. But yeah, it's just too much for me. It's too much.
Yeah, I don't... yeah, your proclivities are your own. I find it... it's like... there's a thing... all right, so it's like you are a man, you are attracted to women, you're into like human women, you might have like some weird things about like you want a woman to fucking shit on you or something. It's like, all right, it's fucking strange, but at least it's a human, right? I guess that's the whole point, is like you're dressed as a fox, you're fucking a wolf. Like there's something weird about it. Like it's just totally unsettling. Do what you want, but
I think the good faith interpretation is probably like that. I don't know, like that weird, like Lola Bunny type thing, right? Where like I think everybody in their right mind at a young age is probably like, oh yeah, that's a hot person,
right?
But like it doesn't translate to like, it doesn't translate any further than that because it's clearly like a design meant to evoke a human form. I think the second it gets, I don't know, man. I really do think it really all in the financial investment to me. Like just the sheer dedication to getting that suit right and the sheer cost of it. And like, what could you possibly be doing for a living what the fuck are you doing? These are not like, if you look up how expensive these suits are, it's like, it's like 7 months rent in like a big city. It's like ridiculous. It's absurd. And so I'm just like, I'm left really more baffled more than anything. I'm convinced actually now that I'm talking through it, that it's like, it's crypto people.
Yeah, it's probably some combination of, I knew, it's funny when I won't say the person's name, but when I worked at IGN many years ago, like almost 20 years ago, there was a person there that was like a furry, but I didn't even really know. And people would like kind of snicker about it. And like, he would go on these conventions and people would wonder what was going on or whatever. And I didn't really compute what it was until many years later. I was like, whoa, yeah, like he was actually pretty early to the game.
Right.
And but now cosplaying, I think, is kind of cool. When I had my G.I. Joe consigliere over a couple weekends ago to hang out with me, we were talking about that, like JoeCon, there's like a G.I. Joe convention in Georgia every year. And people do like fucking amazing. Like I see the pictures, I'm like, dude, this is so dope. Like some of them are shitty and like awful, but like the guys that dress as like Cobra Vipers and like officers, and they look perfect. They look like domestic terrorists, basically. They look like, it looks perfect. Guy dressed as Destro or Cobra Commander or whatever. And I'm like, this is fucking sick. Like that's the stuff I can really get down with. And I was saying to him, my favorite G.I. Joe is Metalhead. And I was actually, I have it's this, I haven't opened it yet. It's this guy. He has the missile launchers all over his body, like on his legs. And I was like, dude, I would actually, if I can get like a really good one of these done.
He looks like the guy from Doom that has the
Revenant.
The Revenant,
yeah.
This is totally pre-Doom. This is pre-Doom, I must say. So this is from 89, 90, that design. But
that's so funny.
But yeah, it's and I was like, if I could I would spend thousands of dollars if I could look perfect and like shave my beard down because he has like a goatee and like a mustache and all of that. That would be dope. I would do that. And the other thing I've said, and I've been on, this is a little bit of a conundrum because it's an odd, what would this be? This is a conundrum. It's a riddle in some sense about my feelings in Star Wars, because I always make fun of Star Wars, but I really do covet, as I've said many times, a suit of biker scout armor.
Yeah.
You know, And I would pay good money for that. And just wear it. I would just wear it. So,
yeah.
But I'm not trying to fuck another biker scout. And I'm not trying to fuck like Bib Fortuna or something like that. You know, or like it's another animal entirely. Like some of you out there.
Yes. Not trying to 69 with Glup Fucko or whatever.
Yeah, Glup Shitto.
Glup Shitto.
69 with Greedo. Greedo shot first in a different way.
Ooh. Special edition.
I'd say so. All right. Ben wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Meatheads, the question is for Colin and hopefully Micah, if you'd be so kind to call her in. Micah, are you here? Micah, can you come here? Thanks. He says, I just opened my own hot dog food truck. Tired of working for the man. As the newest glizzy slinger in town, if I'm going to have a special Sacred Boys and Micah dog, what should I call it and what should be on it? May Grok have mercy on your SS soul kind of day. Grok does sound like he's part of the SS, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so Micah, welcome.
Hello.
This person, I just read the letter, but he said he opened a hot dog food truck.
Oh, hell
and he says he wants to have a special Sacred Boys plus Micah dog. What should I call it and what should be on it?
Oh, man. I mean, you got to call it the Glizzy Gobbler or something
That's
like
what
that.
I was going to say.
What? No, I mean, I don't know. What else would I call a hot dog? Donkey Dong's hot dog? I don't know. Like, you're asking me to name it?
Isn't that like kind of mundane at this point, though? Everyone says Glizzy Gobbler, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so you can get away with it. You can get away with that. No one's going to be like too
It's not
offended,
trademarked.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Glizzingtons? That's the name of the hot dog stand. You got to change the name of your hot dog stand, first of all. You should have called me weeks ago.
Glizzingtons is a great name for a... I love that.
That's
You're
fantastic.
always you're very clever.
Clever girl.
You're just...
ketchup and onions on it.
You're dismissed.
You're just
Yeah, what ketchup and onions you said? Yeah, that sounds good.
Signature dog.
Yeah, honestly, like mayo, ketchup, onion, and cheese would be like the jam for me. But no mustard. You put mustard anywhere near that fucking hot dog, and I'm gonna lose it.
Now, I recently learned something, Colin, about your hot dog intake that I was a little concerned about.
Wait, hold on. What did you say? Oh, the raw dog.
Raw dog.
Yeah.
It's uncooked.
Uncooked. Wow.
Well, I'm sorry, Dustin. What were you saying?
Yeah, your hot dog intake. Something that concerned me was recently I got a new hot dog invention. It's called the slot dog. You can look this up online. Basically, it's something that you press a hot dog into it and makes like a grid pattern of cuts on it.
Oh, I
so
see.
the idea is that when you grill it, it kind of like can caramelize the inside. It gets charred.
Yeah, this is nice.
It's really great. I'm a big fan of the slot dog. Naturally, when I come across a great new hot dog invention, who do I have to text?
Micah?
Micah. Of course, Micah, the grill master.
You're right.
I'm like, Micah, you got to check out. I told her about it. Then when I had my first slot dog, I texted her the picture. I was like, look at this. It's amazing. She said, that looks great. But we make our hot dogs on the pan inside. Mm-hmm. And this, I didn't have the heart to tell her at the time, but I was like, Micah, the grill master is not making hot dogs on the grill.
It is a little whack, isn't it? But it's a lot of work to grill the hot dogs. Micah?
Yeah. Just
oh, she's gone. I don't know where she is now. She's ignoring
just hot dogs. If hot dogs are complimentary to also like you're doing hot dogs and burgers and maybe something else. Although like hot dogs and burgers by themselves, I think justify the grill. But like if you're just making hot dogs, firing up the grill. Like I feel like the grill is a lot. For just hot dogs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So Dustin's saying that he thinks it's ridiculous that you cook the hot dogs on a pan and not use the grill. But I was saying that's a lot of work for the hot dog.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I had a gas grill, Dustin, I absolutely would. But charcoal grill, it's like preheating an oven. I got to light the coals. They're going to take about 17 minutes to partially ash over. Don't wait for them to fully turn white. And then you got to dump them. Then you got to preheat the grate about 5 minutes. So we're talking a 20-minute preheat, which is great for steaks and things that you're going to cook for a long time. But a hot dog, Dustin, it's going to take 2 minutes on that grill. Like, it's a lot for a hot dog.
I'm sensing a lack of dedication to hot dogs.
He says you have a lack of dedication to hot dogs, but I...
Oh,
oh my...
God.
Oh, my dog.
If if I was buying like some nice Blue Seal hot dogs, okay, real ones will know Blue Seal brand. If I was buying those, okay, or the nice ones that come in the box, okay, what are those? What are the ones in the box that my dad buys with the Bruins on them? It doesn't matter. If I was buying those, like nice skin on official hot dogs, those would go on the grill. But we're buying Oscar Mayer bun length Franks, all right?
I don't like the disrespect towards the Oscar Mayer bun length Franks. I'm personally a ballpark man myself.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Gotta be kosher.
I didn't even know there were Blue Seals in the first place, let alone that they made hot dogs out of them.
It's gotta be kosher.
Blue Seals.
What? KM hot dogs. Okay. It's enough. This is becoming disruptive now, this hot dog conversation.
Yeah. Anyway, check out the slot dog.
It looks cool.
Holly and I'm constantly like, man, we got to get the slot dog out. How's your slot dog? I got the slot dogs going. They're now I'm calling them slot dogs.
Yeah, it's a euphemism in some sense. I do love a hot dog.
Yeah.
It's a fine thing. The thing we've been finding recently, and I don't know, Dustin, in your hot dog travails, if you have experienced this, but the hot dog buns are often cut haphazardly.
Oh, yeah.
And we've gotten some buns that are like, what is going on with this? I should share even some of the pictures. Like, we've taken pictures of them. Like, this is a fucking, whatever machine is cutting these buns is a menace. Like, the bun, if you do the top down bun and you have like it'll be like cut like on the 90th percent over to the left with like just a little piece of bread and then like the whole thing on the other side, or there'll be like just a little slice. It's like, what is going on with this?
I love that. Those are my favorite ones.
Yeah.
That's a memory.
I initially thought that was an Aldi problem, but lo and behold, it's not.
No, it's just that the bakers
universal.
are retarded and don't know how to cut the buns properly.
It's a lack of respect towards the hot dog as a food group, really, in a lot of ways.
Right. This grid pattern really adds a lot of production value. You know what I mean? Like it looks more official. It looks like if you just have a normal hot dog for dinner or whatever, it kind of feels like if there's something that feels a little sad about it. Not that it should, but it just looks a little plain. Sure. But that adds a lot of texture. That looks gourmet almost. You know what I mean?
Dude, it sounds ridiculous, but it does make it taste better.
I think I believe
absolutely.
That. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Like my parents would do the or I remember them doing like the spiral cut.
I'm a big fan. I mean, that's why I bought this, is because I would either spiral cut or at least do cuts along it.
Yeah.
And I was like, slot dog, this is the efficiency that I'm looking for in my life. And so God bless it.
God bless. God bless the slot dog.
God bless all, God bless bread. God bless ketchup. God bless pigs.
Okay.
I feel bad for pigs. I feel bad for pigs and cows, but not enough to not eat them.
Right.
Chicken, I don't feel bad about at all. I don't give a fuck about the chickens.
It's amazing how
stupid little fucks. I'll eat them all day.
Would you kill the chicken to eat it?
Yes.
You would?
I wouldn't want to, but if I absolutely had to kill a chicken to eat it, I suppose I would. I really do not think I could kill a pig or a cow.
That's what I feel. Like I feel like they're just too big, and I feel like they're I feel like I would make eye contact with it for too long and be like, he doesn't really deserve this.
Isn't that part of halal, right? That it's not supposed to see the person that's killing it or something in the weapon. That's like part of it, isn't it?
Oh, part of halal?
Yeah. Isn't it like not seeing the blade and all of that is like part of...
Well, Colin...
And you're like making eye contact with it. It's like the exact opposite. Yeah.
You're talking about halal, and I gotta say, you're talking to the exact right person.
Right. Well, there would be halal pigs, though, I guess. That's true. But halal cow, I guess.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either.
No
I'm pretty sure that's, I don't know either. Everything, I like kosher things just because I grew up on the island, obviously, and everything there is kosher. You're just not going to sell very much of it. So like, I just take to those various brands. I've said this about Breakstone's butter is one of those where it's like Breakstone's butter is just inconspicuously kosher. It doesn't matter to me, but I just love it because that's what was available to me.
What is kosher even like? What is it? It just means it's like killed ethically or something. What does that mean?
Yeah, I think there's like a process where a rabbi has to bless something and it's like a whole thing. Yeah,
that seems crazy.
But. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat whatever. I mean,
yeah.
Just feed me whatever. Feed me your GMO modified, hormone infused. Like, have you ever seen the picture of corn as like was grown by the Aztecs or whatever, and then what we've done to corn today. It's like they're not even the same plant.
Bananas are my favorite example.
Right.
Of that,
like isn't the wild banana doesn't even exist anymore or something like that anymore? Like,
I think so. Yeah. The wild banana, I think originally has a hard shell and it's like loaded with seeds and it's borderline like unedible to like people themselves can't really eat them as far as I'm aware. And we've just like, I guess there were like parts of the banana that acted as like the kind of holding the seeds in place. They were like, oh, this tastes good, but there's not enough of it. Let's make the plant just that.
Right. The GMO thing, to be clear, I don't know very much about it, but from a layman's perspective, I was like, all of our fruit and vegetables are GMOs. Have you seen the picture? There's like a picture that is from the Renaissance, a painting that has a cut watermelon in it. And
I know what you're talking about.
It looks like shit. And I'm like, it's a good thing we genetically modified this organism through
although those
organism, but
those paintings are interesting. There's, like, you ever seen those like the Victorian paintings of like cats or whatever, and they look completely fucked.
Right. Now,
so like, I don't know.
Issue?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know if like I know that photo that you're or that painting that you're talking about, Dustin, of the open watermelon, and I'm like, is that real or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to trust really.
Right.
Like cats, there's no way those cats look like that, dude.
Because like in Pentiment times, right? Like the I'm going somewhere with this.
I know. It's great,
like the animals in illuminated manuscripts. Have you seen any of the pictures of like a dog or a cat? It's like what the fuck is that, dude? Like these guys had no skill at that point. They could barely even draw humans. So who even knows what anything looked like? That's why it's so impressive to see these naturalists like notebooks from like 500 years ago when they're like drawing beautiful pictures of leaves and plants and stuff. And it's like, you guys had some people with skill. Why weren't they doing this shit? You know? Oh, did you find it?
I want you to say,
oh yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, hold on. I got to put that one in.
I just sent the picture of a Renaissance cat, and it's just so like, and there's so many examples of it because they look so. If that is an authentic interpretation of a cat, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the cats around this time.
It can't be.
I hope to God it isn't.
It's a cat. It's like they can't draw children either. Like the illuminated manuscripts, kids are all fucked up and
right. Yeah,
it's so funny, man. It's good shit. It's crazy how by like, I guess the Baroque era and like the early Renaissance, like people really just figured out how to do it properly, and then suddenly you had guys like Da Vinci that were like masters of pencil work and painting and all this different stuff. But like 100 years before, they were drawing this kind of shit.
Yeah. You know what's sad though, as because I'm looking for more pictures. They used to be a lot easier to find. Now it's like AI. You know, AI is the majority of these.
Yeah, that's great. Love that.
Not fantastic, but it is what it is.
God. Thank God that they figured out how to paint and draw, huh? And now we just take photographs. So now, like it just happened. Like now we can start taking photographs. Whoops. It's been fucking 150 years. So it's not exactly now.
Yeah.
All right. Logan Carter wrote in and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. Over the years of listening to you boys, I've naturally picked up on a lot of your vocabulary. Just the other day, my wife and I were in the car, and for some reason or another, I said, 'Not you, but the royal you.' She then proceeds to tell me that's not a phrase and doesn't make any sense. Since then, I've asked my friends and family members if they've heard of this phrase or knew what it meant, and everyone collectively said they'd never heard of it, even going as far to look it up and finding nothing of the term. I must ask Colin, where did you first hear this phrase? Am I surrounded by simpletons, or am I just listening to simpletons? Thanks, boys. Love what you do. Keep it up." Royal you definition.
I feel like this is a very common.
The term royal you refers to a usage of the pronoun you to address an individual, but with the implication that this individual represents a larger group or entity.
Yeah.
You looked it up? Logan, you looked it up?
It is readily available.
Very interesting. Now, the real term that it all spawns off of is the royal we. But that would be from the perspective of like a monarch when he would say we.
Right.
Royal U is, and there's actually a Wikipedia page for the Royal We. Interesting. The Royal We, majestic plural, is the use of the plural pronouns used by a single person who is a monarch or holds a high office to refer to themselves. A more general term for the use of we, us, or our to refer to oneself. So, yeah, it's a split off of that. But it's funny because hey, Logan, did you go to the local library in 1930 and go to the card catalog? Start kind of thumbing through it, trying to find the answer. You could just ask Google Gemini. Told me right here. The term royal refers to the usage of a pronoun you to address an individual, but the implication that the individual represents a larger group or entity.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing in.
I feel like it's weird that like that's because I kind of took that for granted, I guess, because I heard that a lot growing up, like, and it would always use like, oh, well, you wouldn't do this. You know, you wouldn't let somebody like go onto your lawn and take a shit.
You wouldn't download a car.
You wouldn't download a car, right? It's just like, well, not me specifically, but you. Generally, I guess it is kind of hyper specific grammar stuff that, like, I guess a lot of people don't really use. It is probably older fashioned.
Oh, it's English definitely. I mean, obviously, yeah.
Royal is kind of crazy. But.
I just took umbrage with the fact that it's like we even looked at like it was some conundrum in 1982 where someone's trying to figure out like what was that actor's name? You're trying to tell me you went on Google, typed in Royal U definition, and nothing came up.
Yeah, that is kind of
what you're telling me. Logan, you're banned from writing in for 3 months.
Gotta go to the public library. By the way, have you been to a public library recently?
No, haven't been to a public library in many years.
I went to one recently just because like I think I was like hanging out with a friend of mine. I was like, oh, I got to return some like CDs. And I was like, oh, it's interesting that you get CDs from them. I think it's just like kind of like a thing, but it's like really nice. Like I'm kind of surprised. I was like, oh shit, they got like 3D printers here, and I was like, what the fuck?
Really?
This is not. Yeah, at least like where I'm at.
The ghost gun.
Yeah, Shinzo Abe, watch out.
Oh no.
But
dude, I love the Trump Abe memes. I don't even know if they were really good friends or not or whatever, but like they're so funny. The Abe memes with Trump.
That shit is crazy. Like that shit is crazy that somebody just built their like it looks. It's unfortunate that I don't know anything about Shinzo Abe. Like I have no idea. Like politically, I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, I actually don't know where he stands. Like in terms of their own. I don't even know anything about Japanese politics, to be honest.
No, yeah, me neither at all. So, but it is unfortunate that like that happened because like, unfortunately, the gun that guy made looks fucking cool. Like it just looks sick, and it's kind of crazy that somebody just made that. Like with a box of scraps, it's insane.
What was that I think it was an Oliver Stone film and The American President maybe or something like that it was called. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but the beginning of it in the 90s, like early 90s movie, the guy like kills someone. Maybe it is the president he kills with like a wooden gun. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that? It's like a famous scene in a movie. He like gets through security with it. God, what movie is that? Dustin, are you looking it up?
I searched Wooden Gun movie, and there's a movie from 1979 called The Wooden Gun. But Wooden Gun movie assassination.
Yeah, like Oliver Stone.
In the Line of Fire? 1993?
Maybe that's what it is. I don't even know if it's an Oliver Stone movie. I just feel like it is because it's a weird conspiracy movie. Anyway, I'll figure it out another time. It doesn't really matter. But I just remember watching it on like HBO when I was a kid or something. Like very, it was like one of those haunting things you remember as a kid. Because like, holy shit, that's possible. Like, yeah. And it was like long before 3D printing or whatever. It's like some fucking, Joel like character whittled a fucking gun out of wood.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's crazy, man.
All right, Logan, thank you for writing in. Lame, Dumb, and Gay wrote in and said, greetings. I've got to issue a firm stand down to all the hosts after last week. The weird and insane pronunciations are getting out of hand. Colin, the audience has long been acquainted with your schizophrenic pronunciations of compass, and Dustin's adorable struggle with Jaguar, but Chris has crossed the line. Last week, like the fucking Zodiac killer, he pronounced Fanta, the soda, like Fawn-ta, and I just can't take it anymore. Get it together and be normal. Thanks, I'll begin playing Russian roulette with my fully loaded revolver, and listen, that's not Russian roulette. That's suicide. Please be careful. Lame, Dumb, and Gay, thank you for writing in.
Don't do it. Be careful while you do it.
Yeah, be careful. Don't hurt yourself.
Oh my
Come
God.
on.
Yeah.
You guys getting a little out of control with the darkness. I understand we're all black pilled at this point. I get it.
Right.
Doom pilled. Is that the new term?
Yeah, doomer or like something like that.
Because I remember looking up the term black pill like a couple years ago, and it was like, this is like an incel term and all that. I'm like, oh, okay. And then now I just see people using it. You know?
It's like anything, like it has etymology or like roots somewhere else, and then it just kind of becomes the part of the greater lexicon. It is whatever. I don't think anybody these days using the term black pill is like necessarily an incel at this point. But
yeah, this is a bit of a controversy.
Yeah, this is crazy to me because I feel like either people don't know how words work or just people are just like insisting. No, I'm fairly certain to the degree that I did not say Fawn-ta. All right, I said Fawn-ta, which is how, bro, like the theme song for Fanta, which I think, by the way, both of those pronunciations are valid. Fawn-ta and Fanta. The literal theme song is "Don't you wanna Fanta." Like literally, like it's in the song. And I know it's a German drink, so like I don't know what the fuck they're doing really, marketing specifically to Latin Americans.
Did the Nazis make Fanta?
Yeah, I think they literally made it to compete with Coca-Cola because they got
embargoed or whatever.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, they didn't want they didn't want them having like a stranglehold over their military, so they just made a competitor. But yeah, so like you got to stand down with this. Nobody said Fawn-ta. If I said Fawn-ta, I said it once as a joke. Because that's not how anybody would pronounce it. Dude, literally look up the song, by the way.
It's nice. We record long enough that between the three of us, someone's going to say something weird. But I don't know, Chris, in your case, do you ever, when you're making a video, just say one word slightly wrong on purpose?
Yeah.
That's easy engagement.
No, that's exactly, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm very aware. Like,
we don't have to do it. We don't have to build it in, but it works. You know? Right.
That's the kind of thing happens naturally in a podcast. But like in videos, I've definitely left like editing mistakes in there, like specific ones where I'm just like, someone's going to point this out. And then that's a comment and that's a thread. And then that's like, it's unfortunate that works, but like it does. It's crazy. Fawn-ta.
The movie is In the Line of Fire, a 1993 American political action thriller film directed by Wolfgang Peterson and starring Clint Eastwood, John Malkovich, and Rene Russo. It's about a Secret Service agent.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Yeah. God, the things that stick with you when you're a kid, like that's like all I remember about that movie because I was haunted by it. And I probably watched it multiple times because you know how like when a movie was on HBO, it would be on like 17 times in a day. Sometimes that wouldn't be 17 times in a day, maybe 17 times in a week. Do they even play movies on HBO anymore? It just seems like it's all TV shows now. I have no idea. They must. They
do. I think HBO literally had, like, I was on HBO Max recently and they had like a live channel.
Yeah, like a linear channel. Yeah, that's interesting.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
I had no idea. Like, I don't know how old that is or if that's like a relatively new thing, but I looked at it, I was like, what the fuck? This doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. And you click in it, it basically acts like HBO. And it's the same kind of, it reminded me of exactly the feeling where it's just like, oh, here's Mrs. Doubtfire again for the 2000th time this week.
All right. We're going a little long, so I'm going to delete this one. All right. I don't want to linger too long, with the intros. Like an hour is enough.
Yeah.
I have things to do. I have a fucking life to live, I can't be... I really don't, actually. I have nothing to do, and I have really no life at all, actually. So
this is your life.
Yeah, this is like what I wait for, basically. I might as well be cryogenically frozen waiting to record Sacred Symbols. All right. Let's... this is a little bit of a segue question into the news. And we have a couple of those. We'll begin here. Aaron Anderson wrote in. Dustin, I was very curious what you think of this. Chris is like the Barry Bonds of the situation in which he got out of losing, the home run race, but was his bat corked? We really don't know. Aaron writes in and says, hey, CDC, this is just for Colin. Since you are about to start up a new game for yourself after losing the summer bets, I was curious when you are going to inevitably fall in love, Stockholm Syndrome style, with this game and eventually finish it into a huge spoiler cast with Dustin and Brad. I look forward to months and months of content of this series as you become a huge fan. But being serious for a second, will you stream your nightmare or post it on YouTube? It's got the making for great content as we bask in your misery. Thanks and God bless your poor, poor soul, Colin. Well, we'll see when I get to playing it. But the question, Dustin, and I'm curious, what percentage odds would you put on that I actually like it?
It's tough because Kingdom Hearts 1, as far as gameplay, is the worst one, in my opinion. Because I could see that maybe if you were playing 2, then maybe we'd be a little spark there. Maybe. But overall, the percentages, it's not 0. Maybe 3%.
3%. Yeah.
I think the only thing that could happen is that you start playing it and you're like, well, I've invested 4 hours. I'm going to finish it now. Like, I could see maybe that happening.
It's a 15 to 20 hour game.
I have no idea. I can look real quick. Kingdom Hearts. Long?
I feel like it definitely sounds like one. Like it's a PS2 era.
Yeah, early PS2.
28 hours.
28 hours. Great.
I don't think the platinum is very easy.
It's not. I looked it up already. The PS3 one is a lot harder than the PS4 one. They have the same lists, but the PS3 trophies don't stack. So you have to beat it apparently like 3 or 4 times, but you could do like a run through Kingdom Hearts on PS4 that I guess like you have to beat it in under 15 hours on the hardest difficulty and a couple other things, and you can actually just do them all at once. But in the original PS3, which is not the original release, but the PS3 re-release, and so I guess that wasn't on Vita. I was thinking of Final Fantasy X. On the PS3 release in that collection, right. Yeah, you had to beat it like 4 or 5 times. I don't think I'm going to do that, but I'm going in with an open mind. You guys have, sure. The royal you have spoken enough about this game over many, many, many years. This game predates my time even in the industry by a year. The funny thing is that I don't have a problem with Disney up to that era, really. I think Disney's fucking lame as hell now, personally, but
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, like it's just like super lame, like beyond lame, and it has like, in my opinion, a lot of the lamest IP that they're really milking to, like Star Wars and Marvel and all that stuff. So it even makes it lamer, but just their own shit, I feel like is like, I don't give a fuck about any of this. And it's not because I got older, I don't think, because I think it's still probably true for most people, but like when I was growing up in the 90s, everyone went and saw the Disney movies. I even remember the sequence that they came out in, right? Like generally like when these movies, like Hercules was around like 96, 97, right? Oh, like yeah. Mulan was 98, 99, somewhere in there.
That's my favorite one.
Little Mermaid was like the turn 89, 90, somewhere in there, I think. And then you got like Beauty and the Beast, and then you got Pocahontas and all this. So I remember like the general cadence of them because you were familiar with those movies, but it's not like that anymore. At least it doesn't feel like that. I only saw Frozen for the first time a couple of years ago, and I actually thought it was pretty good. Very charming, but Disney just has this lame ass vibe, but it didn't, in my opinion, in 2002. So we'll see. I'm going to try to be open-minded about it because I have to do it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to like grin and bear it. That's like a lame way to go into it. But I think 3% is low. I'm going to say like 1 in 10.
1 in 10.
Yeah.
Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah.
It's
what if I spite platinum it like I did Assassin's Creed 2?
That would be awesome.
That's
you wouldn't be spiting me at least.
That's a podcast beyond thing. That might even
spite platinum Assassin's Creed 2. Why?
That's like an old podcast beyond thing. That might even predate Dustin listening to the show. I don't even know. Like people used to bust balls about Assassin's Creed 2 and how much I'd like it, and then I'm ignoring it, and then and so I finally just sat down and platinumed it, and I'm like, I didn't like it. I thought it was overrated and boring. I played it more deeply than most of you. Leave me alone. And
hell yeah.
So maybe I'll do the same thing for like, you don't have the platinum trophy for Assassin's Creed 2. Why are you telling me about the game? You know it better than I do. I don't think so. And so maybe I could do the same thing for Kingdom Hearts. Really just seize the day.
Yeah.
But I won't. I did the platinum Death Stranding finally. We'll get into that in a little while. Okay. So we have a nice percentage odds of what are you going to do with your, so are you playing your thing? Are you into it already? Or are you going to, do you stream?
No, not anymore. But I am going to stream this. So I don't know when. So I'll probably report on that sometime next week. But I do plan on streaming it for Overwatch 2. Not really excited about it. But some people not happy about it being Overwatch 2 as my choice. Or what was selected for me by Brad. Because Brad knows firsthand how much I bitched when Lockmort. One of the things for our me and Locke and Brad, Ben, stuff like that, I once made was like, Locke, please play this game with us. Maybe it was Call of Duty. I was like, if you play with us for a little bit, I'll give you a few rounds of Overwatch. And man, it was a bad time. But these guys play ranked, and they play. It's not even fun. It's so serious. They're like locked in, and everyone gets frustrated. Just not what I'm into at all. I want to play friend slap games, and we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Friend slap.
Friend slap.
You want to listen to I Want to Be Tracer?
I want to be Tracer.
Oh my God.
Oh
no. you know some fun lore about that is like the guy who did that song did our original Snark Tank theme.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I want to be Tracer. Oh my God. Awful. Just awful. Brian Garrido wrote in PSA. So, and this is a good PSA. That's why I'm reading it. Hey, CDC. A friend and I have a tradition of checking in every couple of months and discussing the games we're looking forward to. We like to comb through the upcoming games and talk about what looks interesting, especially lesser known titles. This exercise can be somewhat annoying because websites don't have much outside of a giant list of games with bare bones information, title, release date, platforms, and you end up having to do a ton of Google and YouTube searches. I finally got fed up and went and created a gaming calendar with everything you need all on one page. I found it useful and wanted to share. What games are coming out.com. This is a great site. I pulled it up here. You guys can go to it. whatgamesarecoming.out.com. A readable calendric. Is that a word? I don't know. I'm making it up. Look at all of the big games. You can sort by PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, Switch 2, Switch 1, and PC. And it's really useful. I just wanted to give you a shout out. I thought this was awesome that you did this. And it's got little information. So like you click on a game and then it'll bring up like a trailer and some screenshots, information about what, who made it and when it's coming out to the various platforms. I totally agree with you. There's so many. One of the most valuable things in my journalist days that we used to run at IGN were these recurring things of like what was coming out. And it was really useful and it would scrape Google and do really well in search or whatever. But now you see these lists because I look them up sometimes. GameSpot's comes up. Eurogamer has one, a few others. And I'm like, this shit sucks. It's like just a list of fucking games. It's just a list of games. Yeah. And I'm like, there's no context and there's too many games to know like what is going on here. So this is a good way to kind of get the games on here that matter. Like, for instance, I use this to figure out Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is coming out this month. I didn't even realize that. July 31st. Can't wait. That game looks fucking awesome. Oh my God. I can't wait to play that. So what games are coming out.com? Brian Garrido, nice work.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into the news. The biggest news of the week is, well, The Last of Us Part 2 getting a new mode. And this comes from the PlayStation blog. They write, introducing The Last of Us Part 2 remastered chronological experience out today. This is written by Jonathan Dornbush, who is the old Podcast Beyond host, long after I did it. He writes, it's been such a thrilling time for us here at Naughty Dog, especially as we've welcomed so many old and new fans to The Last of Us into the franchise. To celebrate all of your support, we have a surprise in the form of a free update hitting The Last of Us Part 2 remastered today. So it's already out as you're hearing this. Available for players as part of a downloadable update, we've introduced a new way to play the story of The Last of Us Part 2 like never before, chronologically. Those who have already played will know its story and it is told non-linearly, as Ellie and Abby's motivations, realizations, and emotional stakes unfold across myriad flashbacks and present-day storylines. While the structure is very intentional and core to how our studio wanted Part 2's themes and narrative beats to impact players, we always wondered what it would be like to experience the story chronologically, and now we finally can answer that question. Through the chronological mode, we believe players will gain even deeper insight into Part 2's narrative. Players will be able to see how Ellie being gifted a guitar flows so neatly into her learning to play, for example, while the journey through Seattle will showcase the fascinating parallels between Ellie and Abby's crisscrossing journeys. You'll see just how close they come into running into each other, how their actions impact each other, and more. Dustin, what are your thoughts on this? This comes packing, by the way, a new gold trophy, if people want to check it out. What are your thoughts here?
Pretty interesting. And honestly, kind of surprising that they would do this, just because, as it mentions in this write-up, that the story was designed to be non-linear, right? And so to go and do it this other way, I'm sure was not an easy task to do. And it is, I guess it makes sense that they are doing something like this to update it now while the show is, just finished. Game's still probably selling a lot of copies. And maybe this could entice people that maybe played Last of Us Part 2 on PS4. They haven't picked up the remastered version. Maybe they weren't that interested in playing it, but now they can go and play it in a whole new way. For me personally, I feel burnt out on Last of Us Part 2, and I haven't even played it recently.
Yeah.
Just between the show and all the conversations, and all those have been great, but I have no interest in this right now. And I think if I did play it again, I would want to play it as intended. just as a personal preference. But I'm sure there are interesting aspects of it. Like, would the beginning be very non-combat for a while without talking about, like, think about the earliest flashbacks in the story.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So the pacing in terms of gameplay would be totally off. But I think that would just be part of the understanding that the game wasn't designed to do this. So this is primarily from a story perspective and not a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I'm over it at this point. I mean, maybe in the years to come, I would go back and play it this way. Sir K Daddy wrote in and said, Sacred Crew, with the recent update to The Last of Us 2, are any of you wanting to do another playthrough in chronological order? I know that was one of the things Chris suggested as a fix for the story, but wasn't sure in your interest. Keep up the great work. Chris, where are you on this?
Yeah, so look, it's cool that they're doing this. I think it's like a neat option to have, and any kind of free update to a game that has been out for a while is already kind of like a I find it hard to complain about that kind of thing. But it's worth noting that that's the suggestion that the game runs chronologically, as like from my perspective as a fix for the story, really only matters insofar as the intention from the beginning to tell the story that way. And what I mean by that is I think the story would have been probably better served to be written from the ground up, to be told chronologically, not so much the version of the game that we have now kind of Frankensteined to make it a linear progression through time, if that makes sense. Like, I just don't feel like the game's designed to be told in the way that it came out. And so I think that would ultimately be like the best way to play it, even if I think reorganizing the timeline would have been better off in like the writer's room. But it's cool that option is there. It just kind of reminds me of people who are like, oh, well, should I play Metal Gear Solid in chronological order? And it's like, well, no. You should play it in the order that they came out, because every game, the third game exists with the understanding that, like, Metal Gear Solid 3, although it takes place in the beginning, exists in the context of many people having played the previous one. So it gives a lot of context to why you should care about that game in the first place. And so, like, it's kind of that situation where it's like, you could do that, but I would really only see value in this as somebody who's playing the game again, just to find like some kind of different experience with it. Like, this is definitely not just because I said, oh, a linear, like a more linear sequence of time would be interesting. Doesn't mean like, oh, they added it, I haven't played The Last of Us, I'm going to play it like that. No. But it's a cool option. I think it's neat, and it makes sense to do it while the show is kind of like still somewhat in the recent past.
Well, present the duality of man here now. Rupak wrote in and said, it's such a first world problem to complain about a single player game I bought 5 years ago still getting updates, but shouldn't we at some point say, hey, it's done? If you wanted to constantly update a game, maybe make a live service. Oh, that's right. Maybe focus on the next thing. You've already years behind due to a cancellation of your game, and it was already like a 10. It doesn't need all this, especially when the studio has an image of now re-releasing and re-updating the game over and over. Feels weird to complain about a game I love so much getting free support, but that's how I feel. Cheers, boys. This is a common refrain, but then Jason W. also writes in and says, CDC, with the chronological mode being released for The Last of Us Part 2, I'm excited for a new reason to experience the game again. I expect the original format will be the better story order, but PlayStation Studios are underappreciated for their excellent post-release support. We get new modes for The Last of Us, new levels for Astrobot, online modes for the Ghost of Tsushima, new Spider-Man outfits, and new Game Plus added regularly. There's more than that. I mean, God of War got updates. A few other games come to mind too, such as Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, and No Man's Sky is also having great support, but two of those examples needed to in order to repair poor launches and reputations. PlayStation Studios consistently adds great free content to their first party games. Is this a missed selling point for Sony first party games? This is, I think, the important part of it is, and Rube, I think your instinct is right in both counts. I think your instinct to say like it's enough already is a good instinct, but it is hard to complain about the value proposition. The games are only becoming cheaper to acquire, and they're adding more and more and more. And I was even surprised when I played The Last of Us Part 2 this past spring or early summer on PS5 for the first time. I'm like, there's a lot of shit in here. Like, this is a lot bigger of a game than just with, ancillary features and options than it was when it came out on PS4. And does it distract from the main projects? Honestly, probably not. I mean, there's probably a small team of a couple of dozen people that are messing around with The Last of Us. And this chronological order thing, I don't know if either of you guys would know, but like, was this something that was pioneered by Sony? Because the first example I remember of this happening was Beyond Two Souls.
Oh, yeah.
They updated that on the PS4 with a chronological order thing, which I had never heard of before. And now they're continuing it with The Last of Us. I just think I worry about The Last of Us's overexposure because I care about it. But I also have to remember that we're not the normal player of the game. My sister and her daughter are playing The Last of Us this summer. 2/3 of the audience, as Neil told us, and I've said it ad nauseum, of the HBO show never played the games. So I understand where they're coming from. And I honestly, we give Sony a lot of shit, but they should be applauded for releasing new modes and free updates to these games. Some of them cost money, but most of them don't. They did a lot to God of War. They did a lot to Ghost of Tsushima. They've done a lot to Astrobot. I mean, new Astrobot stuff just started rolling out today from when we're recording. And by the way, shout out to Genki for spoiling the Astrobot, the bot that was put into the game. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. Like, why are people... It's been out for 5 seconds, dude. And I'm scrolling through my feed and they're like, oh, he's in the game. I'm like, great, dude. That's awesome. Thanks for spoiling that. That's really awesome. Thank you.
Happened to me this morning.
Thank you so much. It reminds me of when I was at IGN and we had Uncharted on Vita. So people might remember Vita came out in Japan in December of 2011, but we didn't get Vita in the West until February of 2012. But all of the launch games were in English. I don't know why they were like separating them. And I don't care about spoiling this now, but it was a spoiler at the time. It's like Greg wrote a story for Golden Abyss where it was like, I forget what the title of it was, but he was like, Sully is in Uncharted Golden Abyss. And I'm like, I think it was like over the holidays or whatever, and I haven't played it yet. And I think I texted him, I'm like, this is a spoiler. Like, because it's a prequel and all this shit. And I was like, why are people so eager to like spoil the game so quickly? Like, shut up. Genki, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. God. But the Astrobot updates are like, they're going, the point is that they are going above and beyond, especially with that game. And they don't have to go that hard. And I think it's kind of cool that they are. And I really don't think it distracts anything. And it is a really awesome precedent that they're setting for their own games. So, Rube, do I want to complain about it? Yes. But will I? It's not really for me. So, try to be a little more open-minded than that. Genki, you better keep your fucking trap shut.
Stand down.
All right. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. Twisted Metal Season 2 got a new trailer posted. And it begins on July 31st, which is the day that Ninja Gaiden Ragebound comes to PS5, as we were saying earlier. What did you think? Dustin, did you get a chance to watch this 2-minute official trailer?
Yeah. I like... is it Calypso, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the guy from Barry.
Hank.
It's the guy from Barry.
Yeah, no, it's NoHo Hank.
NoHo Hank, yeah. Barry!
Looks pretty fun. In fact, I think what I saw from this trailer is more what I wanted from season 1. Like, this is actually Twisted Metal.
Agreed.
Because it's about the tournament. So I thought season 1 was decent. I wasn't in love with it. So I'm more interested now in season 2 after seeing this trailer. So looks cool.
Chris, did you get a chance to watch? What'd you think of Axel? Axel's in there.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. It looks ridiculous. It looks fun, but like there's a part of this trailer that really bothers me. And it's something that always bothers me with, like, I don't know why trailers do this, but it's the most presumptuous shit I've ever seen, where there's always a title card where it's just like, from the twisted minds of the Deadpool, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so irritating when there's like this like pretend like outsider thing, like from the twisted minds of the writers of Deadpool. And it's just like, what do you, come on. You wrote like 3 major mainstream blockbuster, but like, what do you, from the twisted mind of Dr. Phil, like shut up. Like, what are we doing with this? But that aside, NoHo Hank, awesome. I love seeing that guy.
Yeah, he's good. He's great. I really love Barry. I thought Barry, like that's where NoHo Hank comes from. That's a really great show. It really is.
Yeah, Barry's wonderful. Barry is a highly recommended show. But yeah, this looks fun. Axel looks ridiculous.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
I love that it's so faithful and so dumb. It's so crazy seeing this in live action. But yeah, no, it looks fun. I'll definitely be checking it out. I didn't finish the first season. Not necessarily because I didn't like it. I just kind of forgot that I was watching it. It was very weird. Like it was just kind of, I wasn't that into it really. But this looks more my speed for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like I liked the first season. I was surprised by how good I thought it was. Actually, it wasn't great. I didn't like how it, and this is what Dustin was saying. I've said this before, and Jaffe and I were reflecting on this not so long ago. I was like, what's so fun to me about the original Twisted Metal game on PS1 is it takes place in the real world. That's what's fucking nuts about it. It's not like a post-apocalyptic car game. It's about a card tournament of crazy people killing each other in the real world. And they're never going to be able to do that here because they've predicated it on this post-apocalypse, but at least they've gotten, as you said, Dustin, to the tournament. And I think it looks awesome. Yeah. Like I'm surprised by how good it looks. And hopefully they do a nice job. This is one of the biggest Peacock shows ever. So, which is so funny, I think in the top 5. So it did pretty well for them. I don't know how we'll cover it. What did we do last time? We did like 3 episodes, right? We would do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, something like that. We're not going to do an episode by episode. In other words, episode by episode coverage of Twisted Metal, but we'll cover it multiple times in like supplemental episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus for sure. I'll get Peacock and we'll check it out.
From the demented mind of Martha Stewart.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find the card because I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember exactly. It's earlier on. It's like they're all walking. It's 32 seconds in.
Yeah, there it is. From the Twisted Writers of Deadpool. Cool.
I feel so self-congratulatory. I am so outsider, dude. Like you don't get me.
So yeah, July 31st. If you're interested in checking that out on Peacock, and I think it looks pretty dope.
Yeah.
All right, Stalker 2 has finally been officially revealed for PlayStation 5. It will come out apparently by the end of this year. The game obviously was a little bit beleaguered when it came out last year on Windows and on PC and Xbox Series X and S as a timed exclusive, but they do promise, or at least are aiming for, a Q4 2025 release. Stalker 2 is, of course, there's so much fascinating about Stalker. The first is that a Ukrainian studio is behind it, although I think that they've moved since then, and I think are working maybe out of Malta at this point, but they were in Kiev for many years. GSC Game World is the studio's name. The second is that Stalker 2 was in some form of development for like 15 years, maybe even more than that before it came out. And it's kind of an interesting situation with them. Obviously, the war in Ukraine didn't help, but that's really not the reason, because Stalker Call of Pripyat, I have it up here. So Stalker got like a bunch of updates or whatever, and the last one was 2009. So between 2009 and 2024, there were no new Stalker games. And they did do one game in their Cossack series back in 2016. So they've been working on this game for a long time. It looks pretty cool. The Stalker series, there's a Stalker collection on PlayStation. I really am not familiar because it was such a PC-centric series. And I'm pretty sure the Stalker trilogy that came out, or the ports, were the first time they were ever on PlayStation, but I could be wrong about that. So it's honestly not a series that I'm really familiar with. And I'm not entirely sure I'm going to play this game, but it is coming for those that are interested. I think it looks cool, but I just feel like I don't have any context. I feel like a little bit of a poser. It has a 73 on Metacritic. It'll probably do a little better on PlayStation because they've had time to kind of fix it. Any interest in this game, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I played it when it launched on, when it launched originally on Game Pass, I played it. And I liked it kind of a lot. Like I got really into it. Like I got weirdly obsessive about it. It's a very vibe oriented game. Like there really is something about kind of being in that space with the sound design that they do and the attention to detail that's there. It's really cool. And there's certain parts of that game are like really stunningly beautiful. Like it's a really gorgeous looking game. In motion, of course, it's very Eurojank, and you can feel that for sure. But like, it's a pretty good looking game. And I think the reason like I stopped playing it, I got pretty deep into it. I got like, I think I probably shouldn't say a number because I think I'm definitely like over 10 hours into it. Definitely like maybe like closer to 15. But the reason I stopped playing it was because although I was having a good time, I heard from Locke that an essential feature wasn't in the game yet. And it was like, I can't remember what it's like, a life or something, or it was some weird system thing that directed the AI to do certain things that it wasn't really doing in the base game, which I hadn't noticed. I was having a good time with it regardless, but like I was like, oh, I guess I'll wait for them to add this supposedly really important feature. And then I think by the time it finally got added to the game, I moved on to other things. So I'm definitely interested in going back to Stalker 2 at some point, but I don't know when that's going to be. You know, I got to be in the right mood for that game. It's a very mood driven game. Like I could see myself playing that game. It's very much like Death Stranding in some sense, where I'm just like, I could see myself playing this game at some point before I had originally started playing it and being like, nah, this ain't for me. But it just kind of hit at the right time.
Yeah, it looks very immersive.
Yeah.
Dustin, any interest in stalking?
No, I played a very little amount of it on Game Pass PC. Didn't feel like a game that was really for me. A little too right at the beginning, I had a bug that fucked up that immediately I had to reload a save to nothing crazy, but like 20 minutes or something. And that kind of soured my initial feeling. And I also, heard from Locke about it not being quite ready yet in some ways. So I put it down. I'm not saying it's a game that I would never like, but I'm just not really all that interested overall. But cool, it's coming to PlayStation finally. That exclusivity window wasn't too long, it seemed.
It's probably a year, you would assume.
Yeah.
November to November.
Just to provide some context, so this update was like the A-Life system. And so it would enhance like simulation of life in the zone, just add more like dynamic elements to like, I guess, like storms and like AI ambushes and stuff like that. Like that wasn't working when I had played it, apparently. But,
interesting. I'll keep an eye out for it. I really feel like I have no context for it. So
you know what Colin, if you played, oh my God, was it Atomfall?
Oh yeah, Atomfall earlier this year.
It's kind of like it's very similar to that. Although I would argue like a little bit more. I liked it a little more than
hopefully
Atomfall,
the gunplay is
personally.
better than Atomfall. That was the problem with that game. I beat it, but it was I haven't even thought about Atomfall at all since I beat it, to be honest. All right, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. I don't know why they're spelling it like that. That's probably the proper name spelling of it. Coming out sometime soon, later this year. Okay. Boys, is the Final Fantasy IX remake canceled? This is interesting. Oops, I just closed my document window, so I can't even read what I was going to say anymore. Let me open it back up. There we go. So let's give everyone the proper context first. Final Fantasy IX remake has been long rumored and is almost certainly, at least at one point, did exist because it was in the GeForce leak, the famous GeForce leak that we cite from a few years ago. That has pretty much all come true for the most part. There's that BioShock game.
Yeah,
that's a little annoying. I'd love to play BioShock again, but Monkey D. Luffy wrote in, or Luffy. How do you say that?
Luffy. Unless you're Jeff Keighley, then you say Luffy.
Oh, okay.
On stage.
Oh, good.
When announcing a new One Piece game.
Nice.
Well, maybe he didn't announce it, but it was on.
Did you really say that? That's awesome.
Yeah, he said Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh boy.
And I was like,
Jeff, you fool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hi, CDC. What is going on with Square Enix and Final Fantasy IX? In the past week, Final Fantasy IX has had a bunch of anniversary posts from official PlayStation and Square Enix social media pages, but nothing on the remaster or remake. Final Fantasy VIII had barely any recognition on their anniversary. Why are they mentioning it so much if they won't give us the remake? Thank you, and excuse me while I go shove a Vivi staff up my anus. That's really, well, teach their own. Vivi's at least ostensibly human, but he is a child. So
it's his staff.
Yeah, right.
Unless, well, no.
let's just leave it for now.
Yeah, let's
so
put a pin in that.
Game Rant, the website Game Rant writes, rumor Final Fantasy IX remake possibly canceled. And they write in part, quote, the Final Fantasy IX remake project may have been shelved according to a known gaming industry leaker who cited a source familiar with the game. The leaker's statement came on the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy IX as Square Enix marked the occasion with a video and various pieces of new merch that players can pre-order. All right, let's see. Though all rumors must be taken with a fine pinch of salt, a credible leaker stated ahead of Final Fantasy IX's anniversary date that a remake may not happen after all. According to a Reset Era post by a known leaker, Nate the Hate, who I don't know the nature of this person, but we've definitely cited this person before, and they definitely have connections. The Final Fantasy IX remake project could be in trouble. Nate the Hate said, quote, as of last check, it remains in development to my knowledge, but I need to do a fresh check and see what a more current status is, as I did hear a month or so ago that it was in trouble and possibly canceled, end quote. Nate the Hate added that it was only one source that claimed that Final Fantasy IX remake was canned and said he needed to verify further if the information was correct, or if Final Fantasy IX remake is still being worked on. And as they note in this story, obviously this was in the GeForce leak from 2021. So this game has been, much like Final Fantasy Tactics, which is finally going to emerge later this summer, has been in development for a long time. This person is reliable. I don't know, man. Like, would you cancel it so late in development? Could it not be coming together that badly? What is the nature of this remake? If it's coming together that badly, is it something bigger than we assume? Because again, with the Final Fantasy Tactics stuff, I don't want to say I definitely assumed they were doing much more to it because of how long it was taking. And really what we ended up getting was not much. I mean, it's the game and it looks cool. There's little bells and whistles, retranslation, relocalization. That's all good stuff. But I don't know what's taken years and years for them to do this. And so after seeing that, I was kind of readjusting my expectations for Final Fantasy IX Remake, where I'm like, this is probably... I never thought it was going to be a Final Fantasy VII scale one. I want to be clear about that, but I thought it was going to be something maybe more than maybe it is. But if it's taking so long and it is there are problems behind the scenes, then potentially it is canceled. But I'll say this: I don't believe that it's canceled because I just feel like that would be a big move. Even when a Final Fantasy VII remake was in trouble, they just restarted it and brought on a different team. Clearly, they were aiming to have it ready to go now. Final Fantasy IX came out late in the PS1 generation when it was still very common for there to be a gap between Japanese releases and American releases. So the game did come out in early July in Japan. We didn't get it until mid-November of 2000. I remember that very well because Majora's Mask and Final Fantasy IX came out like 2 weeks apart. And that was a fucking sick fall for games. Plus the Dreamcast was buzzing still. And there was like a bunch of stuff going on. So it was a good time. And Final Fantasy IX is a great game. I have not played it in a long time. Probably since college have I ever even messed around with it. So I barely remember it. But yeah, Dustin, what are your thoughts here? Do you think that it's in trouble? I will say, by the way, Dustin, to pitch it to you, if the game is in trouble, you should cancel it. If it's not good, you shouldn't release it. Square Enix is doing a great job right now. You don't want to fuck around with it. It's better to not release anything. Eat the cost, write it off. Do what you got to do. But I just don't know that how can a Final Fantasy IX remake of some sort get so over its skis that it can't be executed on? It seems hard to believe.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I wonder with Final Fantasy VII Remake, and you alluded to this, Colin, it was originally with CyberConnect, right? And why they would entrust one of their most popular, maybe the most popular Final Fantasy game outside of their first party or their internal studios, I guess, is beyond me. But they realized their mistake. And so that game took quite a long time. And so I wonder if they kind of did the same thing where maybe they were farming it out, weren't happy with it, and then they brought it internal. Now it's not going well. It's all speculation. I'm frustrated because I've wanted to play Final Fantasy IX in particular for years now. Because how many years ago was the NVIDIA leak?
2021.
2021?
Late 21, yeah.
So it's been quite a while. So I've been waiting because I thought, oh, well, I'll just play the remake when it comes out. And I've been waiting and waiting. And now it seems like all my waiting may be for nothing. So it seems odd to me that it would be so difficult. If you're not making a remake to the level of Final Fantasy VII, and you're just going and like, okay, we're doing all new environments. We're literally remaking the original PlayStation 1 game. I just feel like it shouldn't be that difficult, but what do I know? I've never developed a game before. So hopefully if it's bad, either cancel it or just wipe the slate and do it the right way. Even if we have to wait another 4 years or something, I'd rather that happen. But it's hard to say. The fact that the leaker here, Nate the Hate, wasn't sure himself and wanted to check in on it. It's like, well, go ahead. Let's find out.
Yeah,
what's going on.
Yeah, it's a strange piece of news. Do you have anything you want to add on this, Chris? We don't really know very much right now, but
yeah, I mean, I also don't really have that much context for Final Fantasy. Of all the Final Fantasy games, I think it's genuinely the one I know least about. Like, I have no concept of even what Final Fantasy 9 even is. It
was very exciting at the time. Yeah, you little at the time, but it was a really big deal for Final Fantasy fans because it was a return to form.
Yeah.
Because 7, when you go back and play 5, 4 to a degree, but 5 and 6, they're more futuristic. They're really steampunkish and kind of strange with their engineering and like what's in the world and stuff. But they were all fantasy themed. And 7 was so controversial with a lot of people because it was truly modern. And that's what I didn't like about it at first. It was hard for me to wrap my mind around that. And then 8 kind of kept it modern. And so 9 was a return to form and people were really excited about it, especially because 9 felt like a return specifically to 6. It wasn't. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as 6 and it's not really a similar game. And I think the art style is a little weird in 9. The character models are a little weird. But it is a great game. It's a fun game. And you can play it right now. I mean, it's available on PS4. You can just play the original release.
I'd like a live Chris reaction. I'm sure you've seen this before, but this is what some of the characters look like in Final Fantasy IX. I personally hate it.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh my god.
I knew you wouldn't like it in particular.
It's cool. I like Vivi, but the other
Vivi is cool.
Yeah, I don't hate the middle person. The guy in the middle there.
What's his name? I was going to say Vaughn, but that's not true. I can't even remember his name.
Like the grocery store. This looks uncanny and gross. Specifically the person on the left, she's looking to the side.
Yeah.
She's looking to the side. So like there's plausible deniability there. I don't know exactly how weird she looks. And the character on the right looks kind of cool. I like the design.
I think that's Garnet, right? And then, Zidane is the main character. And then Vivi, I remember, because he's the mage character. He was cool. Because seeing Vivi you have to remember, seeing a mage like that was very nostalgic at that time. We hadn't seen a mage looking like that since Final Fantasy V, and we wouldn't have even known that in the West really at that time. So it would have been Final Fantasy IV. So, except for of course Tactics, if you played that. But
I said he was like an Ewok, but that's not the right Star Wars term. Ewoks are
you're thinking of a Jawa.
Jawa. How embarrassing!
Yeah, that is embarrassing. Well, Jawas.
Fake fan.
Boutini. All right. Guys, this news is for me. Capcom has acknowledged Mega Man. Very exciting news. Video Games Chronicle writes, despite no Mega Man in 7 years, Capcom says it's one of our most important IP. And they write, quote, Capcom has reiterated its reverence for the Mega Man franchise and said it's continuing to consider ways to revive the classic game series. While a number of retro compilations of older Mega Man titles have been released in recent years, entirely new entries in the series are few and far between. Mega Man hasn't seen a new release since 2018's Mega Man 11, and then there was an 8-year gap between that and the previous entry, 2010's Mega Man 10. For the second year in a row during the question and answer portion of its ordinary general shareholders meeting, Capcom's management team was asked for an update on the status of the Mega Man IP. The response reiterated that the company values the series and will continue to consider how it can release new entries. Quote, the Mega Man series is one of our most important IP, and we are continuously considering ways to develop it further. However, we do not have any additional information we can share at this time, end quote. According to Capcom's own Capcom's own internal data, the Mega Man series has sold more than 38 million units over its 36-year history. During the recent Q&A, the company said it's also popular in terms of merchandise. Quote, while we do not disclose individual sales figures by IP, we receive a particularly high volume of inquiries about the Mega Man series from overseas markets. We will continue to focus on expanding this business further. End quote. Please do. I feel like we're on the verge of something good with Mega Man. I feel like they are keeping their cards close to their vest. There simply is no way that there's not a Mega Man game in development. I refuse to believe that they would do that. Whether it's Mega Man 12 or Mega Man X9 or just a new Mega Man game or a 3D Mega Man game or a Mega Man Legends 3 or whatever, Battle Network, Star Force, like it could be anything. It's just weird that it's frustrating because it's frustrating just because Mega Man is kind of one of those series, in my opinion, that's meant to be replicated. Like it's meant to be made every few years. It's a style of game. It's a game that's the same as it's always been. It's just gotten a little more complicated. And in fact, Mega Man 11 is probably, with the exception of the original Mega Man game, the worst Mega Man game in the mainline series. It's really beautiful. It's really cool. I love Russian Mega Man designs in it. The boss designs are fucking awesome. I love that figure skating robot master. It's like fucking, it's like such a great idea. Because it really encapsulates like what Mega Man's supposed to be about. And Mike and I always make fun of it as like, it's supposed to be about like robots that do real things and then they get reprogrammed and like bastardized, you know? So having like a figure skater or something like that is kind of like a figure skating robot that's just like totally made into this evil, wily robot is a dope idea. But they just don't seem that interested in doing much with it. And Mega Man 11 really messed with the gameplay a lot. And I wasn't crazy about that. That was, you could like slow down time. I don't know if you probably didn't play it. It was like a really weird thing where you had this like gear system where you can like slow down time. And there was something else you can do, make yourself really powerful, but you had to like balance it. And I was like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
In 11?
Yeah. There was like a whole system, like a whole subsystem of like gameplay.
That sounds familiar.
And yeah, it was fun. I liked it. I beat it several times, but I beat it on hard, I think, and everything. It was a really fun game to play, but they didn't need to reinvent the wheel. And honestly, Mega Man 9 and 10 is exactly what they need to do. The problem is that there's no money to be made in games like that. Well, you guys were still young, but you were what, 14 or 13 when Mega Man 9 came out? That was like a huge deal because it was like, holy shit, we released an NES game. Like this is a straight up NES Mega Man game. Nothing about it is modern. Inti Creates made it. That's how they got put on my radar in a major way. And it was sick. Like it was sick. And it's like, they just need to do that. But how much money can you really make selling Mega Man 12 as an 8-bit game for $20? Is it even worth it? But it's just, it's annoying that Capcom is doing such an awesome job. They're reviving Onimusha. That new Onimusha game looks insane how good that game looks. Resident Evil is awesome. It's been awesome for years now. Pragmata looks great. Even little things like Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster I thought was really cool. Street Fighter is bubbling on. They're doing a Street Fighter movie and all these kinds of things. Like, where's fucking Mega Man, dude?
Yeah.
Stop annoying me.
It is weird. I do remember when Mega Man 9 came out, and I remember being excited about it because that was in a time, I guess nostalgia is always in vogue in some way, but like that was particularly in the era of like early like proto content creators, especially in the video game space, like AVGN, like focusing on like a lot of retro stuff at the time, retro stuff, which is still retro stuff. It's just double retro now, I guess. So NES was very much like something that I was paying attention to, and to see like Mega Man 9 kind of explode or like kind of appear out of nowhere and be like, oh, this is cool. I like Mega Man 9 a lot. I actually had my niece and nephew play it because I was just like, I think you guys are going to be bad at this, and they were like, no, and then they were. But
it's surprising to me that, well, first I'm trying to remember what the name of the project was like, but wasn't there going to be like a thing that let you create Mega Man levels?
Yeah, Mega Man. That was Mega Man Universe. And that was canceled. It was playable and done. That was during the Inafune, like we're canceling everything era.
Yeah,
because that's how Legends 3 got eaten as well. But that Universe game was a remake of Mega Man 2 in 2.5D that would let you make like Mario Maker stages, and it was actually before Mario Maker. That's like the funny thing is like they were actually almost at this potentially seminal idea. I put a picture in the chat, by the way. That's Tundra Man, who's the figure skater robot, and I just love that design. I just think it's cool.
Loading.
It's not. Oh, does it not work? Yeah. I'm sorry.
It doesn't work.
Alas.
Because yeah, they should do it. A Mega Man Maker where you can, much like Mario Maker, switch between NES style. Maybe then you can switch to Mega Man X style, and then maybe there's a modern 3D like Mario Maker does. I think that would be awesome. Obviously, a new Mega Man game is probably the most ideal. But the other thing, Colin, they've done all these amazing collections of Mega Man.
They're exceptional.
Legacy.
Yep.
For even those, I was going to say stupid. I've never played them. The Game Boy Advance games, even those got collections. Where's the Mega Man Legends collection with 1, 2, and Tron Bond?
Yeah, that would be cool.
With all the, doing all the art.
Yeah.
People are out there buying Tomba, and you're not releasing Mega Man Legends.
They'll do it, I think. I think they'll do it. Because, they did get to the Battle Network games, and it's not even all of the Battle Network games, I don't think. So they probably have to do a second one of that. Star Force, which I was never really into. Because Star Force started doing, and actually Battle Network started doing it later on too, is like Pokemon really bastardized the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advance market, because now everyone was like, we're going to do 2 versions. And I'm like, fuck. Right. And so I think with Battle Network 3, they started doing that. And I think most of the Star Force games also had that. And I was really turned off by that after a while. I was like, I don't want to, even Zelda did it. Remember with Oracles of Ages and Seasons? You guys were kids for that, but those Capcom games, those are awesome.
Oh, yeah.
One was like action oriented, one was puzzle oriented. It was just like, come on, guys. But it was a good way, I guess, for them to extract extra revenue. But yeah, I did put the Tundra Man wiki from Fandom into the link into the thing here. And yeah, that's what we're working with now with Mega Man bosses, which I think is cool. Like, it's getting cool. And by the way, not to put too fine a point on it, but the Jada toys, or whatever they're called, JADA toys, line of Mega Man toys, they're fucking awesome, dude. Like, they are so good. I just ordered the new run of them, Woodman and Bubbleman. And I was like, dude, I've said this before, but I would have died to have figures like this when I was a kid. I would have shit myself if they made Mega Man figures like this when I was a kid. It's like, why did it take so long? The coolest part of the series are the fucking bosses. Why did it take 30 years to make a Bubbleman figure? Like a real, like, and you can tell the people that are making them are like really into it. And that's like so cool. It's not like some task that someone's doing it, but they're like really doing a nice job.
Colin, you passed on the one vintage Mega Man thing I sent you from Too Many Games.
Yeah. It was what, $200? It was
$200 for this.
But it's also like, that's the shit I'm talking about people not caring. Look at the spelling of Wily on the box.
Oh.
Like, they're not even
normally spelled
WILY, but and in some of the early games they translated WILEY, but in Mega Man, like, established Capcom lore for decades, it's Wily, WLILY. So when I was even looking at that box, I'm like, come on, it's like not even fucking spelled right. But I'm trying to let me see if this works. Like, look how fucking good. I guess you guys don't really know what these guys look like, but like, look how good that toy looks. That Bubbleman toy. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? How good this is? Like, his facial expressions, the different ways his hands go, the different stances. It's beautiful, dude. Like, that's I would have died for something like this when I was a kid. It's like, God almighty, just make them all like this, please. And they're finally getting to the good ones because they got through all the Mega Man ones, which are cool. Those are the classic ones, Fireman and whatever. But now you're getting to like Bubbleman, Woodman. They're doing Snake Man. It's like, yeah, this is sick. Sick. Love it. Can't wait to get them. Even the swimming, he has like a swimming motion and stuff. It's like so cool. Wow. All right. Shout out to you, Bubbleman. We hardly knew you. All right. Let's see what else we have going on here. Oh, this broke today. So this was actually in the news a few weeks ago, and I cut it out because I was like, we should just really wait for the vote before we talk about this. But people might remember that SAG-AFTRA, the actors union here in the States, has been in a long running, I guess, strike against specific video game publishers and developers. They've kind of picked off publishers and developers that have agreed to their terms, and so they've been working more and more. But they've still not been working with a bunch of different companies, including EA, WB, Take-Two. So it has wide-ranging effects on a lot of big games, including Grand Theft Auto. And I mean, there's like a lot of things. So SAG-AFTRA was upset and went on strike last year because of AI with games, by the way, not strike like generally in movies and film. They went on strike with games because they were happy with like the AI tools being leveraged against them, diminishing money. There's really not a lot of returns. Once you do a character, you're quickly eliminated. People are always recast. There's like a lot of things going on. So they put out this new agreement that the voting members approved 95.04% to 4.96%, so an overwhelming approval. And they write, quote, the agreement provides compounded increases in performer compensation at a rate of 15.17% upon ratification, plus additional 3% increases in November 2025, November 2026, and November 2027. Additionally, the overtime rate maximum for overscale performers will now be based on double scale. The health and retirement contribution rates to the AFTRA retirement fund will now be raised from 16.5% to 70% and then to 17.5% in October 2026. The new contract also accomplishes performer safety guardrails and gains around AI, including consent and disclosure requirements for AI digital replica use and the ability for performers to suspend consent for the generation of new material during a strike. So some pretty big gains here. Dustin, I wonder what you think, though. We're not too in the weeds on this issue, but I think just with the AI situation itself, it's like, what are you going to really do about this ultimately? Like, how are you going to stop this from really happening? And I think it's going to be up to the companies to either respect the art or not, and that's going to be up to them. But I would imagine AI is going to still eviscerate this space, unfortunately. And I wonder what you feel about that. How you feel about that?
Yeah, AI in particular, I understand particularly for protecting your own voice. Because that's kind of the interesting thing is like owning the rights to the sound of your voice, which I think makes sense. Obviously, this was a big deal a few weeks ago with Darth Vader in Fortnite, where...
Oh, dude, it was so funny. It was so fun. I was fucking dying watching that shit. I was like, oh my God, this is so good.
He signed and agreed before his death that, you know, he was fine with his AI being used to replicate his voice. I didn't know if he knew to what extent it would be used like that. Certainly it was in the contract, so I guess that's fine. But yeah, it will be weird once we get to the point where it's like, oh, AI can fully generate a unique character, and I guess potentially act in a way that is convincing. Sounds horrible to me, just because I think that, especially after playing Death Stranding, there's so much of those actors' personalities in each character. I mean, just look at Troy Baker and Higgs, dude. Like, to me, like, that character is inseparable from him. And I think part of the reason what makes it so great. And so when you design a character and then apply a completely synthetic voice to it, it's like, well, what? There's no heart in it at that point. So that sucks. So I don't know what's going to happen other than probably not good outcome, because money always wins, unfortunately.
Chris, should we replace you with an AI bot, an AI agent on Sacred Symbols?
Yeah, go ahead.
Should we license your likeness?
I don't know. This whole thing is weird. It's weird for me, especially because I know this world and I've dabbled in this world and I've worked in some capacity in this world. And for me, it's like, I think, yeah, would it be objectively more convenient and cheaper to just have like a computer like create a random performance out of nothing, and then you just have something that you can work with? Like, sure. But in my experience, and based on the people that I know who work in this space, like a lot of the fun is directing a real person and say, like, ad-libbing and improvisation. And I don't know, like, I feel like there's a lot of joy from even just the people making the stuff that, like, I don't know what is the incentive to truly just cut out all of the enjoyment out of making the thing so that you just have a product to sell. Like, that kind of sucks. And I would hope that enough people in this space actually do. You know what this really strikes me as? This strikes me as something that only happens when the people in the space don't actually like what they're doing. You know what I mean? Mm. Where it's like, I feel like you would only want AI to do this kind of thing if you didn't like being involved in it. It's like, oh, I don't like dealing with actors. I don't like getting interesting takes. And it's like, oh, what are you doing what are you doing in this space then? Go like, I don't know, build toilets or something. Like it's weird. It's a confusing end goal, I guess. But we'll see how it shakes up. I would imagine though that like there's a black pill here where it's just like, yeah, I don't know. We're probably just everybody's just gonna be replaced with some fucking speech to text.
Yeah, we'll be in battery packs before long, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's very lame.
By the way, oh my God. Genki tweeted another character.
I went and put Astrobot as a muted thing because he's not the only one. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be many.
I'm going to pick on him nonetheless.
Oh, sure.
All right. SAG-AFTRA, congratulations on your new agreement. Hopefully this makes things easier. I think Chris is right, though. It's like, or at least I think we've all been saying, it's like, is the idea to like eliminate all of the workers? Yes. It absolutely is. A lot of these people don't give a fuck, unfortunately. And that's why I think, not to be like a farm market guy, but it's like, or farmer's market guy, but it's like, that's going to be what I think gaming kind of turns into. And if you want to, like, this is the artisanal game. This is the game that was made with no AI. This was the game that was made by real people that were paid fairly in societies that don't enslave them and shit like that. You know, like, I think it's like the stories that used to be told about a lot of the old cartoons in the 80s and 90s about how there was like South Korean animators like chained to their desk fucking drawing this shit, and it fucking sucked because they had like 2 seconds to do everything. And that's why the intros, like the Turtles intro or the G.I. Joe intro or whatever, they were like beautiful. And then you'd like get into an episode and it was like 3 frames a second. And like the coloring was wrong and the characters were wrong and everything. It's like, these guys are just fucking doing this under the barrel of a gun, basically. Who wants to enjoy shit like that? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on a second. Micah? Oh, she must be gone. I forgot. I just was realizing I never showed the stained glass that your mother sent me on the show.
Oh, I have mine over here.
Yeah. Grab that. This is a complete non sequitur, but since it's on my mind.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's sick, dude. Yeah. I sent her money for just the supplies and the shipping, and she sent it to me in short order. It's awesome.
She will be making more. Look forward to it. They're going to be so limited though, because these take a significant amount of time each.
Yeah.
So
please look forward to it.
Please look forward to it.
Okay. What else here? Oh, there's an update to the Stop Killing Games movement. So we talked about this, last week, I want to say. Yeah. So there's a movement. You can go to stopkillinggames.com. There's this entire European citizens initiative where people are signing documents to get the European Union to kind of acknowledge this idea that games shouldn't be indefinite, but rather perpetual. It's a little deeper than that, but I think that's the best way to put it. It says here, just to kind of reiterate, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. So the idea is to get X amount, I think it's over 1 million real signatures, and then I think the European Commission has to address the problem. This is very similar. We've brought this up in the past. Remember, I don't know if the White House does it anymore, but Obama's White House, and I think Bush's White House too, did a thing where if something got like 100,000... Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was like 100,000 signatures, then they would have to acknowledge it. And people would get like really weird shit through. So I remember one of them is like, and I thought this was so funny that they really did shit like this, where one of them was like, could NASA create the Death Star? Like, why don't we make the Death Star? And they earnestly released a report about how much it would cost to make the Death Star. And it was like more than all the money in the history of the humankind, basically. To make this thing. It was really cool. Like they actually explained it like very seriously of like why we, and it was tongue in cheek, of course, but it's like, here's why we can't make the Death Star. And so like this is a way to force people to acknowledge a problem.
And aside from the fact that it's literally like a giant genocide ship.
Right.
You know, we probably don't want to, do that.
Yeah, but hypothetically, if that was not a big deal.
If the genocide part wasn't there, then
yeah. Hypothetically speaking, of course.
So Video Games Europe responded. Obviously, again, this is very European centric. That's why I want to really nail that. This is really a European industry thing right now. the European Video Games Europe is a members group of video game creators that's existed since the 90s. Of you pay like a small amount of money and you join. It's not a union really, but just what would you call it? Like a professional organization. And so they had an answer to this and posted something about it, and it's gotten a lot of bad publicity. But I wanted to read it and see what you guys think. They wrote, "We appreciate the passion of our community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players are given fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players, as the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content would not exist and would even leave rights holders liable. In addition, many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. In effect, these proposals would curtail developer choice by making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. We welcome the opportunity to discuss our position with policymakers and those who have led the European Citizens Initiative in the coming months." This is one of those situations not unlike what we say, in my opinion, about game pricing, where it's like you can say whatever you want, but people just don't want to hear it. The reality is that what I think this save video game or stop killing games thing is saying is simply unreasonable. It's not really possible to do what they're saying to do with all games. It's not. It almost comes from a position of not even understanding how it all works. And that, to me, I'll be interested to see what you think, Chris. Because single player games are one thing, and I don't think they're even really talking about that. They're really talking about multiplayer games, games as a service, online only games. But if the figurative cost of making an online game is like, all right, when you're pre-planning and you're pitching it, it's like, by the way, the game has to be alive forever. It's like, how do you even account for that? And
I don't think that's what they're arguing for, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Either of you, it's fine.
Well, I just feel like this is the fundamental misunderstanding. I think this is not about like if there's a game that is purely like it's a PvP, something like Concord or whatever. Like there's no argument that's like, oh, this should live forever. The argument is that if there are elements of these games that exist, particularly The Crew's actually a really good example, because that's a primarily online game with a single player campaign.
That's what kicked this all off, by the way. That's why you're bringing it up.
Yeah, and it's also just a good example. But I would argue there are other games that I would argue kind of fit into this mold. Things like I would argue even something like The Division or something, or things like those, where it's just like these are very playable single player experiences fundamentally. Like they don't really rely deeply fundamentally on like an online presence of like other people or like maintained servers. Although like, that's kind of the problem, is like some of them do, like for no discernible reason other than like it's core to the functionality of like certain features. But like, I think the argument here is not that like every single multiplayer game needs to exist forever or be supported in perpetuity. I think the argument is that there are certain games that are simply behind this weird wall of like, this is online only, but not for any real purpose. Like, what purpose does the single player campaign of The Crew have to be only accessible through the internet when it's a single player campaign that doesn't, like, there's no, like, what is the benefit of that? It would be like if your single player campaign for your first person shooter was inaccessible. Like, it would be like if Halo 2's campaign was rendered unplayable just because like the servers went down.
Yeah,
it's like,
I agree with this. We're in agreement with this completely. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's I think the core fundamental argument of what they're trying to get at here. I don't think anybody's necessarily arguing that like, oh, I should be able to play, Overwatch on dedicated servers forever. It's like, no, that's absurd.
Right.
And we expect those games to die.
I think that the only thing for me when I was reading over the Stop Killing Games FAQ is that I think from my impression based on this FAQ is that they are kind of saying like, we need to have a blanket. All games need to have some way of operating afterwards. And I mostly can agree with that, I think, because there are examples like The Crew. Last week we brought up Anthem is going offline. I didn't play Anthem extensively, but I would imagine that there should be a way to make some kind of option to play it offline without servers. In the
this is the anthem.
Yeah, exactly. Cue with that.
Sorry, I had to do it.
They should have had that as the theme song, or at least one trailer,
right.
With that song. In this FAQ, it talks about large-scale MMOs, and it says, "Isn't it impossible for customers to run those when the servers are shut down?" And the response says, "Not at all. However, limitations can apply. Several MMORPGs have been shut down and have seen server emulators emerge that are capable of hosting thousands of other players." And it goes on, but I'm like, that's the thing where it's like, I just don't think that when you're signing up for an MMO that it should be expected that it's able to run, and you should be able to have to create support for Joe Schmo to set up a dedicated server. Because I do agree with the statement here where it's like that could create a security problem if they're creating a system for people to create dedicated outside servers for an MMO. That sounds a little not good. So it's like, I agree with Stop Killing Games in general. I think they take it a little further than I would personally.
Yeah, I think we're in general agreement that single player, I was always against like this on like, why does this game have to be connected to the internet? Like, what is the purpose of this? I understand that you want to scrape data and understand how people play the games. I imagine you can even do that with like ghost packets of like ghost data where you can just have the game occasionally ping the server and send things. Like, you don't have to actively monitor the game. That's not really the way it works. And it did seem capricious and unnecessary to do stuff like that to games. But yeah, I want to be clear that, and I think this is what the European games industry statement was saying, which I think is relevant and important. Is like, this is simply not going to be possible with a lot of games. And truly, if you don't understand that, then I don't know what we're supposed to do. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, yeah, sure. I was just agreeing.
Yeah.
Not everything.
And yeah, the licensing issues are fascinating too, because it's like, what if Marvel Rivals goes offline or something? And it's like, so now you're just going to use the Marvel Rivals game on a private server. It's like, that seems like a licensing nightmare. That seems like that's never going to happen. I really think, and I think I said this last week, that this will probably be solved simply by changing the way you purchase games on storefronts. Why can't you just put buy license? And then maybe a little box comes up on PlayStation. It's like, did you read the EULA? Yes. Understanding, that and basically, like, I would love for companies, and I've asked Hogan in the past, like, why don't companies just speak clearly? And he's like, well, I think part of it is they want it to be arcane and weird, but they also want to make sure that they're covering all of their bases as sufficiently as possible. But it would be interesting if Sony just literally had that button and it's like a question mark and you click on it and it's a little pop-up and it says like, we assume these games will be available in perpetuity as long as the PlayStation Network is live or whatever, but anything can happen, kind of thing. You want to verbalize it a little bit better, more eloquently than that. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be this whole EULA that no one's going to read. Like, it should be bullet points that's accessible. If you hit people with a couple hundred words, they're not necessarily going to skip it over. If you hit them with this thing that's paginated, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I do think like even like buy license or even just something like subscribe, I've seen floated around as like an alternative like to these games, which would by the way put games that could market themselves and could put themselves on the store as buy at a particular advantage, at least psychologically, because I think more people would be willing to hit buy on something that they're interested in than subscribe. I feel like subscribe would be like, oh, what the fuck, what is that? Or buy license, like, oh, what's that? So yeah, I don't know. I again, Marvel Rivals is, as an example, is one of the, like, this is purely PvP, so like I don't think there's like a real expectation. Those games really only function as long as other people play them, and these games, they are expected to die, right? In some way. But like Death Stranding is actually a great example, because like Death Stranding, if you think about Death Stranding and what it is, like the core kind of design philosophy of that game kind of requires internet connection, because it really is about like, getting these likes and building these things for other people and then seeing other people contribute to your thing. But imagine if that was like, okay, so this is a core fundamental principle of what Death Stranding is. This is kind of like the core of the game and what makes it work. If you can't have that, then you're not allowed to play the game at all. You know what I mean? There's a lot of games like that, or at least there used to be, and they don't really need that. Like, you can play Death Stranding offline. It's not the intended design, but you can, and you can because it's a game that you bought and you own.
Right.
And I think that's relevant.
I'm going to reach out to this guy.
I cut you off.
I was just going to say, and I'll let you finish, Dustin. There's an email address at the bottom. I'm going to reach out to this guy, see if he wants to come do the show, so we can just get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. I think there are options for even a game like Marvel Rivals, because you think about Halo 3's Xbox 360 servers are shut down. You cannot play matchmaking on it, but you can do a custom game on Halo 3. So maybe there would be an option for some of these games. I guess I wanted to be clear because I said about private servers earlier. It's very different than running a private server that any people can connect to and run the game world on is very different than running a peer-to-peer custom game. So just to be clear on that, I think there are definitely games that could set up a situation where you have a peer-to-peer custom game type situation that absolutely I would support requiring it to have those for a game that you buy. But it gets weird when you get into games that are so heavily network focused and run on a world server or whatever. That's like, I don't see that working out well.
Yeah,
it's possible. It's possible to run a World of Warcraft Classic server. I don't know about making it a requirement for Blizzard to provide ways for people to do that are potentially insecure.
Right. That's up to and ultimately, like, the user base for a lot of games they're dedicated. Don't worry. They'll get something working, I think. But there's a line here particularly that bothers me. And I guess it's predicated on the misunderstanding of like what they're trying to do. Like the idea of just like, oh, well, we can't support these games in perpetuity forever just because we've launched them. It's like, yeah, but there's a line here. It's like, these proposals would curtail developer choices and make these video games prohibitively expensive to create. Like prohibitively expensive, more prohibitively expensive than like a $400 million Concorde disaster. Like, what do you mean? Like, what is that?
How much more expensive can they get?
Like how? Like that's. I straight up don't believe that. That's crazy. Like, you're telling me that it's more expensive to just like be like, hey guys, before we start making this game, some aspects of this need to be functional. So like, let's just put in place like a guardrail to make sure that, you know, in some way,
right.
If we're building a game that lends itself to this kind of design philosophy, that like we have a way of, you know, ending the life of this game without leaving our customers in the dirt. That's $300 million. No.
Yeah.
Like that's straight
enough.
up. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's an insane perspective.
And again, yeah, I don't think anyone's not in agreement that like single player games, co-op games, like they should exist in perpetuity as long as these platforms are alive. I think that like there's just only so much you can do. If Sony goes bankrupt or something in 20 years, it's over. Like there's nothing you can really, you know, like
right. Yeah, of course.
But I think they should communicate that better. And that's why I was thinking like the legalese bullet points, I think would be really good of like everyone knowing what they're getting into. But I think most people get it because there is an ephemeral nature to everything now anyway. You're renting Game Pass games, you're streaming Netflix series, you're subscribing to NFL Sunday Ticket. You don't really own anything. This is actually closer to ownership than you're probably. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like this is actually like even owning a license on PSN for 30 years is closer to owning something than you're probably ever going to own in your life. You know, like I own my house and I still have to pay fucking property tax. No one really owns anything. You know, it's like bullshit. All right. The remaining pieces of news we can get through fairly quickly here. New PlayStation Plus games available for PlayStation Plus game catalog. So if you're at the premium or extra tiers, extra, of course, is the middle tier. Premium is the highest tier. Some pretty cool games actually included in here. And actually, Terminal Autism wrote into us and said, hey, boys, credit where it's due. This month's PS Plus lineup is stacked. Diablo 4, Cyberpunk 2077, Risk of Rain 2, Banishers, Planet Zoo, and even Bluey for when you rage quit Diablo and need a hug. It's like Sony finally remembered it's a subscription service and not just a monthly exercise in disappointment. Thanks, I'll go put on some lipstick, kiss a bus at full speed, and listen. Okay. Terminal Autism, do well. I like that name. It's a great name.
Yeah, it's good.
This is a really good month. I think people are usually quite dramatic because it's all additive. The game catalog is in existence. Games get taken off, but the games are being added. Nothing's being removed. It's not like the essential games, the 3 or 4 games we get with essentials. Some of those are hit or miss. This, I think people are a little too crazy about. But this is an undeniably strong month. Cyberpunk 2077 for PS5 and PS4 is available and apparently playable via cloud on Portal. Totally, right? I saw a video of someone doing that, which is pretty cool. The game Abiotic Factor is available. Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, which is a game I played last year but didn't beat. It wasn't bad by any stretch of imagination. It was actually quite good. I just kind of got bored with it. I think it's a game I can imagine going back and playing again. Bluey the video game. The only context I have of Bluey is when they the scene of them going around when they sell their house. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking. Yeah.
It's like a really emotional moment where they're selling their house and they're thinking about all the memories and whatever. And then like they end up not selling the house because it's like and people thought it was really controversial because kids don't really have that level of agency. And obviously like everyone's childhood home haunts them like mine does. Like I think about it all the time. So anyway, Planet Zoo console edition, Risk of Rain 2, Tropico 6. If you want to be a socialist or a communist, New World, Eternum. And then over on PlayStation Plus Premium, the non-Jaffe Twisted Metal games, Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4, both from the PS1 era, are available. And that will be specifically for premium members, although they'll be available a la carte to purchase as well, probably for $5 or $10 each. I'm not entirely sure. Cyberpunk's available now. Abiotic Factor goes in July 22nd. That might actually be a day-and-date release. And then everything else will be available July 15th, including Twisted Metal 3 and 4. So please look forward to it next week. Dustin, anything here for you?
I'm curious about playing Cyberpunk still because I played a lot of it when it came out, never finished it. I went back to it a few years later, didn't play as much and did not finish it. And I know that I think it has cross save with PC. So I'm thinking about getting that set up and maybe playing a little bit because I've realized with certain games, I just want to be able to chill out on the couch. And I feel like Cyberpunk might be good for that. So might check out that. Other than that, is this Abiotic Factor? That's a multiplayer. Let's see, 90s sci-fi twist. Oh, wait, brings a 90s sci-fi twist and rich character progression to multiplayer open world survival crafting genre.
Yeah, it says Abiotic Factor. It came out on Steam in 2024. Abiotic Factor is a survival crafting experience for 1 to 6 players set in the depths of an underground research facility. And it's $34.99, so that it's in PS Plus is not so bad.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks kind of like not exactly Deep Rock Galactic, but it's got like I'm skimming the trailer. It's got a little bit of that. It's less about mining though and more like survival.
And it is a day and date release on PlayStation, so it comes to PlayStation that same day. That's why it's on the 22nd. All right. So there's that. I do recommend Banishers if people are curious. It's cool. Cyberpunk's obviously fantastic.
Right.
I could say, yeah, go ahead.
I can say Risk of Rain 2 is really, really good. Like if you've got some people to play with, which should be because it's free, or it comes with your subscription.
Yeah. What's going on with that game? Because the first one was 2D and this one's 3D, right?
Yeah. This is man, it's been a while since I played it, but I had a really good time playing with my buddy Lyle, and it's just kind of like it's a flow state kind of arena sandbox kind of. It's not a looter shooter exactly. It's kind of if you look up gameplay, you'll know immediately if it's your kind of game, really. But it's a fun cooperative kind of game.
Yeah, Gearbox, I think, published both of them, and then I think Gearbox actually ended up taking over development of Risk of Rain 2 at some point. I think the guy who made it, or the small team that made Risk of Rain, sold it. So it's now under Take-Two's umbrella, I guess. It did very well.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a good time.
Let's see. Yeah, 650,000 players after a week. The game had sold over 1 million copies after a month. 4 million copies by 2021. So a lot of people out there playing it probably, and it's very well received. It's not a game I've ever played, but it's older than I remember too. It came out in 2020.
Yeah,
actually, it was before even PS5 came out.
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm kind of curious about Planet Zoo. I've been wanting to get into these like weird, like I've been having this weird yearning for like a tycoon kind of game. I don't know what it is exactly, but like I feel a call to these kinds of things.
Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's time. Have you played it before?
No, I've never played. Like, as far as I remember, I don't think I think I've played, to the extent that I have played it, I've barely played it. You know what I mean? Like, I might have like clicked around on like a friend's thing, maybe. I have vague memories of it, but not really.
There's a very dedicated community that you can buy Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 really cheap, either on Steam or whatever, but it's called Open RCT 2. And they basically went and made it so it runs flawlessly on modern computers, widescreen support, it's great.
Really? Yeah, because I think I was having like I think I got the itch to play something like that, and I think there was like something, I don't remember if it was Roller Coaster Tycoon specifically, but there was like a tycoon kind of game of that genre, and it was on Xbox Game Pass, and then I installed it, and then it just like it straight up just wouldn't run because it was just too old or something. Quality. I was like, oh, okay, cool, great. So I just kind of gave up. But Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, you said?
Yeah, here, I'll send you the website. This is do
that.
The project that lets you make it run flawlessly with a lot of other convenient features too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll save this.
Yeah, my friend and my friend Bryce was really into this game in the must have been the late 90s, right? Early 2000s?
Early 2000s, depending on which one.
Probably the original one. Yeah, this is Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, so this is probably not even the one we played.
2 is just really an expanded version of 1, and it's honestly one of my favorite games of all time. I play it at least once a year. So does Holly now too. She just booted it up the other day, just randomly. So
yeah, I like these kinds of sim games. They're fun. There was the whole litany of, I mean, they still are, but I remember when they were trying to do all sorts of things with the Sim series and everything. There was it was like all the rage. It seemed like it was a part of, like, I remember my friends, like adult dads, playing these kinds of games on PC in the 90s. The Diddler wrote in, said, "Hey, fellow diddlers. I know people complain about the PS Plus price hikes, but hasn't the service been substantially better since the subscription price increased? Since the increase, I managed to play Diablo 4, Dragon Age, Dying Light 2, Destiny expansions, and many other AAA titles. The service hasn't gotten worse, it's only gotten better. Of course, for many games journalists and people with a lot of time and money on their hands, they probably already played these titles, but for people like me, who don't have the time to play every game when it launches, PS Plus has been a tremendous value. As Colin always says, if games stopped releasing today, there would be more than enough games to play. I'll go oil myself up now and slide down the side of a building." Diddler, thank you for writing in.
Is that a known way of doing that? Oiling yourself up and down the side of a building?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't, unless you're trying
Creative.
to escape unless you're trying to escape the top of the Luxor. I don't know if that's going to really help you.
Right, exactly. Like you need some pyramid, like the Pro Best shop,
the Bass Pro shop.
Yeah, Bass Pro shop.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, I do think people the subscriptions are going to cost a lot of money. I mean, it's the same thing with Game Pass, and it's going to be, and it is even more so with Game Pass because of the new inclusions in there with Call of Duty and all these things. You're going to pay for it, man. And it's really a matter of what you get out of it. I think it's just about the particular consumer. I want to buy my games because imagine me last month. I played Death Stranding 1 like all month, basically, with rare exception. What would I have gotten out of a subscription service for that? Like, I could just buy the game and just play it. I don't have to worry about all of this option and choice that I'm not even taking advantage of. While if you're jumping around or you have kids or there's just a bunch of people using your account or whatever the case might be, or you're more casual and you don't have a lot of time and you don't have a lot of money, I think the PS Plus and Game Pass are both really high value propositions. I don't know, like, people just want to pay nothing for everything. And it's just not the way it works, unfortunately. Yeah. And I do think there's a high quality catalog of PS Plus games. I won't go as far as to say this, but I think I've heard people make the argument that if you just remove the day and date stuff, like PS Plus is actually a far better catalog of games at this point than what's going on Game Pass. So I think it's quietly come into its own. And people are either always going to have this. People have had problems with PS Plus for fucking 15 years, dude. It's long predates this new trio of options and the game catalog and all the rest. So you're not going to please everybody.
If it exists, there will be problems with it.
Right. That's right.
That people will find.
That's exactly right. Okay. We have new game sales data for the month of May from Circana. Again, Matt Piscatella insists on posting this stuff on Blue Sky, where I just feel like no one's seeing it. And then people just screen capture it and then put it on Twitter. So I don't really understand the point, but I'm over on Blue Sky on his account, mattpiscatella.bsky.social. He writes May 2025 U.S. video game market highlights from Circana. May 2025 projected US total spending on video game hardware, content, and accessories grew 1% compared to a year ago to $4.1 billion in the US. Year-to-date spending finished the month 6% behind 2024's pace at $21.8 billion. Now, the news we really want to know, of course, is the top 20 best-selling games, physical and full digital games from the Nintendo eShop, PlayStation Store, Xbox, and PC stores from participating retailers. Nintendo platforms, for instance, aren't really counted fully because they don't count digital and so on and so forth. But the best-selling game in May in the US across all channels was Elden Ring Night Reign by Bandai Namco. And by the way, this is ranked in dollar sales. That's a $40 game, right? Yeah. So that's a lot of copies because it's competing with $60 and $70 games here. And then Microsoft dominates 2 through 5. And this was something I was talking about on the Xbox 2 podcast I was on recently. Number 2, Doom: The Dark Ages. So sold a lot better than I thought because it didn't seem like a lot of people were talking about it. I was happy to buy it. I still haven't played it. Forza Horizon 5 at 3, all on the back of PlayStation fans. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered at 4, and then Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at 5. Other notable games here, MLB The Show 25, a Sony game at 6. Anything else interesting? Assassin's Creed Shadows holding on at 11. Star Wars Battlefront 2. Remember, we were talking about this a month or so ago, that people are trying to kind of force this game back in and seeing if they can get a third one. It went from 135th in April to 12th in May. So there is a lot of movement there on the game. Split Fiction holding on at 13. F125, a new edition at 15. Helldivers is up to 16. The Last of Us Part 2 at 17. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is a new entrant at 19. So a lot of interesting games there. And then if you focus in on year to date, so this is all platforms, all channels from the beginning of January through the end of May, Monster Hunter Wilds remains the best-selling game of the year, followed by The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered at 2, and Assassin's Creed Shadows at 3. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is 4. MLB The Show 25, quietly dominating at 5. Other games on the list that are interesting: Kingdom Come Deliverance 6, Split Fiction 8, Civilization 7, 10. Night Reign is already the 11th best-selling game of the year. Forza Horizon 5 is the 12th best-selling game in the US of 2025. Millions of copies sold on PlayStation. PGA Tour 2K25, good investment on 2K's part, 14. Doom: The Dark Ages is at 16. And Spider-Man 2 holds on as the 20th best-selling game of the year so far. What else here is interesting? They do split it up by platforms. Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. Top 10 games in order of dollar sales between May 4th and May 31st on PS4 and PS5, full game and digital, as well as physical. Elden Ring Night Reign, number 1. Doom: The Dark Ages, number 2. Forza Horizon, number 3. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, number 4. MLB The Show 25, number 5. Oblivion Remastered 6. GTA 5, 7. Minecraft 8. Assassin's Creed Shadows 9, NBA 2K25 10. Yeah, so Microsoft, 5 of the 10 games, top selling games on PlayStation are Microsoft games. Really impressive stuff. Anything else to say? Not really. The Switch numbers are interesting just because I think they're combining Switch and Switch 2 numbers. And obviously, is this... Yeah, Nintendo platform. So Mario Kart 8 was May's best-selling game. This is before Switch came out, though, right? So this is going to be the last look at an unswitched 2 list that will get corrupted and bastardized, because this list is always really boring when I look at it. It's like Minecraft, Smash Brothers, Hogwarts Legacy, Just Dance. Just Dance 2025 was the 7th best-selling game on Switch that month. And MLB The Show at number 10. Although not published by Sony, published by the MLB. Okay. Any thoughts here before we move on? I'm sorry, Dustin, I'm interrupting you already. PS5 best-selling console up 3% year over year. Go ahead.
I was thinking, we had discussions, I don't know, months ago about like, now that Microsoft is releasing their games on PlayStation, once they build up a base, are they going to want to do Game Pass, a curated Game Pass just for PlayStation? I think that would be so stupid.
Yeah, at this point, I think this is a lot smarter.
Yeah, just... They can release their games on PlayStation. They can get sales and do Game Pass. They can have their cake and eat it too at this point with these sales, dude. Like Forza cracking, what was it? Number 12 of the year from just PlayStation.
Crazy.
Yeah, again, Alinea tracks the sales of that game on PlayStation at around 3 million copies. all full priced. Between 70 and $80, I think you could have paid because there's early access, and it appeared to have pre-ordered 1 million copies.
That's crazy, dude. It's not surprising, dude. It's a good ass game. Like Forza Horizon 5. Like I don't really care about those types of games at all, but even I played that for like a shockingly long amount of time for me to play.
It looks really great. I just don't play car. I used to specifically love the Need for Speed series. Since the PS1 and the PS2 era. And I like car games. It's just not really, it looks fun. It's just not, I'm not going to play.
That was the 2021, right?
Yeah, 2021. Yep.
Yeah, so I probably would have played it a lot longer if they didn't undercut, if they didn't famously undercut the release of that game by releasing Halo Infinite's multiplayer like 3 weeks early or some shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's funny because this is even better than I could have ever imagined it doing. And I wonder if they feel the same way. Or if it's like this is kind of at the top end of our, we were thinking about, this is about the number we would sell. It seems like it's so many copies. And if this is how well it's doing, with Forza, I mean, how many copies is Gears going to sell? And
I don't know.
At $40, I mean, it's not going to maybe be quite as impressive, and then Halo, inevitably. I just think
we'll see.
Who knows?
Yeah,
who knows? But let's see how these sales from Circana compare to the PlayStation sales over on the PlayStation blog. So they have the PlayStation Store's downloadable stats for June. So we're a little bit ahead here. So we've gotten the May's numbers. We're going to have to wait a while for the Circana numbers for June, but we already have the June numbers for PSN. Not surprisingly, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach was the best-selling game for the month on PlayStation Network for June. And Grand Theft Auto 5, number 2. Elden Ring, Night Rain, number 3. Rematch, which is apparently a very popular, almost, I don't want to speak out of school here. To me, it looks like a Rocket League styled soccer game. I don't know if that's like accurate.
No, yeah, which is funny because that's what Rocket League also is.
Yeah, right.
It's weird. I remember when they first showed this game off, and I remember being like, they just took Rocket League but made it the thing that Rocket League was a twist on.
They made a soccer game.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like it almost feels like they devolved it in some way, or I don't know. I thought it looked like way more generic because it didn't feel as novel or gamey, but that game is like quietly very like weirdly popular, like way
it's huge.
Totally complete surprise to me that people like that game as much as they do.
Yeah, it sold 1 million copies pretty quickly, I think. And it is on Game Pass. So it is being 1 million unique players in 24 hours, 1 million units sold, and 3 million players in 3 days. So it's really big. I mean, soccer's, in my opinion, inexplicably big. Let's be honest. But like it's a fun game. It's a great game. I'm going to enjoy the World Cup next year in the States. But why it's so big is anyone's guess. Have you guys watched a hockey game before? What's wrong with you people?
I feel this way about all these things.
Yeah,
but like, I guess, because soccer is so universal, like worldwide huge. I guess it shouldn't be surprising in retrospect. And it didn't look like it was like poorly made or anything. I really can't explain why this just completely, I was so miscalibrated at this game. I really thought when I first saw this, I was like, oh, nobody's going to care about this. I've never been more wrong about anything.
Yeah. So Rematch is at 4th, Forza Horizon 5. Other notable games, let's see. I guess at 9 would be Expedition 33. 10 would be MLB The Show. Deltarune at 12. That's the what's that game called?
Undertale.
Undertale, right? That's like the sequel to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oblivion's hanging in there. A game called Rooftops and Alleys, the parkour game, was number 18. I've never even heard of this game.
I keep seeing it on the PlayStation Store. Like when I go and peruse and wade through all the garbage. That's one of them.
Yeah, it seems pretty
not
big
one of the garbage games, but I keep seeing it.
It seems pretty big on Steam. I feel like this might have been in one of the games. I recognize this game actually. It looks cool. Just to note again, the best-selling PS4 game for the month of June was Star Wars Battlefront 2. So there is something interesting there, a little bit different from usual. Behemoth from Skydance was the best-selling PSVR 2 game. Beat Saber at number 2. Really weird shit going on with that one. And then free-to-play. Most played free-to-play game, Splitgate 2 for the month of June. I think the death of that game is being overstated. It doesn't seem to be doing well on PC. But if it's the number 1 game for the month in free-to-play in June on PSN, that's a pretty extreme number of people. I mean, it's ahead of Fortnite, Rainbow Six Siege, and Roblox. So yeah, I don't think that's maybe it'll come and go, but that's a pretty big number of people. Millions.
How is this number quantified though? Is it new downloads? Is it time spent?
They don't say.
Is it microtransactions purchased?
My assumption is it's raw downloads. I would assume.
Yeah, because it would make sense. Like, surely it's not getting more time than Fortnite. But in its release month got more downloads. But maybe people played it and immediately were like, nah.
Maybe it is time played, but yeah, that would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Especially with Roblox. Yeah. So actually we have a letter later on where there was a Roblox game with 21 million people playing it at the same time. Which is like, what? That's a third of the fucking PlayStation audience.
We're dinosaurs, man.
I know.
Like, what the fuck even is that, dude? I still to this day, I have tried, and it's not even like for lack of trying. I don't know what Roblox is. I've looked into it. I think I've actually played it a little bit, and I still don't really understand.
Yeah, I don't either. It's like a universe and an engine with different games in it. And you make it interact. I don't really understand it either. I am very old. You think you're old? Come on.
What you just said is like something that I'd expect to hear like somebody like mumbling outside of a 7-Eleven at like 2 a.m.
Right.
It's a universe and an engine.
Like when we saw the Fortnite kid when we were walking to the diner that day. It's still one of my favorite memories of the show. I love that.
That's an all-time crazy. That didn't feel real in that moment.
Right.
When we were just talking about how annoying it was that we couldn't escape Fortnite, and then some kid walks by with his mom talking about like V-Bucks or something.
Yeah. I was like, it was crazy. We were just like fucking dead up laughing. I was like, I couldn't even believe that just happened. So yeah, it would be interesting if they gave us more information about how this data is garnered. Because they really, I'm looking here, doesn't really say. This is just the month's download charts. I mean, that's how they describe it.
Yeah, it's got to be raw downloads.
Right.
I can't imagine that it's anything else.
Let's see. All right, well, that's that. And then the only thing, this is just like kind of a PSA for the tens of millions of you that are still playing on PS4, including many of you listening, thousands of you listening to this, no doubt. There is a new firmware update for PlayStation 4. 12.52. If you guys click on, I don't know if you went to the page, it's so funny. It's like 12.50 at 12.02, 12.0. It's just all the same thing. We've made some security fixes. We've improved the messages and usability. We've made some security fixes. We've made some security fixes. It's like, all right. So just be aware that you're going to have to download that if you turn on your PS4 at some point.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into what. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to say more? Please.
Well, one thing, like a little quick. It's not necessarily PlayStation related, but I thought it was cool that this happened. Castle Crashers getting like, I think Steam related DLC like for the first time in a long ass time after 17 years. 17 years is crazy. Just thought that was interesting. Shout out to the Behemoth. They're a really interesting, weird team that made some of my favorite shit ever. I love Castle Crashers, so that was nice. It was cool to see that. And it's a neat little update too. Although I don't think it applies to the console versions of the game. It seems more Steam centric. I don't know that for sure, but
yeah, I saw this news that it was on Steam. I don't know what their plans are for the console version because they just released Castle Crashers on PS4 for the first time, right? Because it was on PS3. I'm pretty sure it just came out.
Yeah, something like
recently. I could be wrong about that. Yeah,
but yeah, it's like it seems more PC oriented because it's like the whole premise of it is like you could build your own guy, so you could go in and like they give you basically the template for like creating your own character, and you draw it out, and like it gives you the positions of like the head and the body that you have to like draw, so people can just create their own characters in Castle Crash, and they can make them as demented as they want, which is I think is really cool. But that seems very like PC oriented.
I'm wrong, by the way. Castle Crashers came to the PS4 in 2019. I was thinking of Alien Hominid, which just came out.
Oh,
which are re-releases of their older games before Castle Crashers. Castle Crashers is exceptional. I loved that game, and I was so excited when it came to PlayStation.
It's a wonderful game.
Yeah, because
genuinely.
it took 2 years for it to come to PS3. But I that was one of the games 360 was like I was really attracted to and very into the downloadable ecosystem on Xbox much more than the retail ecosystem, because it felt so much better than PlayStation's, and there were games I absolutely fucking fell in love with on that system, like Shadow Complex is the one I always bring up, where I'm like, this game is so fucking good, and it took years for that to come, almost 10 years for it to come to PlayStation, which was crazy.
Summer of Arcade was a good time.
What was that ninja game? There was a ninja game that was really good.
N+.
Oh, N+.
N+ is the ninja game, or Mark of the Ninja was one.
Mark of the Ninja is one of them, but I think it's N+ that I'm thinking of. Yeah. This is the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, I loved N+. I loved N+ so much. N+ was like that, like it was like 2D platformer, and it was like really minimalistic.
Right. Yep.
It had a great like sci-fi kind of a electronic soundtrack. And my favorite thing about that game is like it's physics oriented. Like the whole thing is like physics. Like it's all about like weight and momentum and shit. It's so good.
And then N++, that was when it finally came to PlayStation, because N+ came to PSP weirdly, I remember.
Yeah.
But never to PSN, like PS3. But yeah, good memory, man. Because I was like, yeah, what the because Mark of the Ninja is another one that's from that era that's really good too. But and then of course you have like Limbo, and like I was pretty into those. And it was such a different era because they would stagger them. It would be like every month you'd get one of these games. It wouldn't be like 7 a day like it is now.
Right. Yeah. It would be like Explosion Man and Super Meat Boy. And
right, Explosion Man. That's right.
That's I think that really is why I love that era so much. It was just so many good, like weird oddball shit that you would get for so cheap. So good.
And there was the PS3 kind of copy of Explosion Man called Explodamon.
I don't remember. What is that? Is that real?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I felt bad for them because I think that they kind of didn't know.
Oh yeah,
about and there was Miss Explosion Man, right, or whatever.
Right.
And so it wasn't quite the same game, but I just felt bad for them because I remember writing a preview for it. They came and like showed it to me, and I was like, and people were just like fucking brutalizing it. And they're like, I get it. Sony's trying at least. There are so many good PSN games, man, like from the PS3 era that are just gone. Like, well, they still exist, but no one talks about it anymore. The game Horde, I loved that game. That game was so good. There was a game called Sideways New York that was exceptional. PID was a really good game. There's like so many games just buried on that fucking thing. Anyway.
Oh, other shout out, Trials HD. The motorcycle.
Yeah. People loved it. It wasn't so much on my alley, but that was a huge game. I mean, that is a huge game. I think people still play Trials. Yeah. That's Ubisoft, right?
I don't remember.
It is now.
Yeah.
It might be now, but I think at the time, I don't think it was at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was. Well, it says Trials HD, publishers Microsoft Game Studios.
Oh, okay.
Developers Red Linux on the Wikipedia. I don't know how accurate that is.
Yeah, then they probably ended up buying it later, which is a wise investment, because every once in a while it would pop up at like their E3 conference for Ubi later on.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into what we're playing. And yeah, that is cool news, by the way, about Castle Crashers. And people should go play Castle Crashers. What a unique game that was. Really fun, cute, bloody, strange,
funny,
good shit. Yeah, very fun, hard. Yeah. And highly playable with other people. I mean, highly recommended to play with other people. All right, let's see. We're all playing this. All right, so I'll go first. You two are both playing the same games. So I finally beat Death Stranding Director's Cut. It's my 183rd platinum. Well, I beat it, I think, even as of last week, but I platinumed it. Scott Stapping Young Lad wrote in and said, Colin, not building out a zipline network in Death Stranding is wild. My man out here delivering packages by truck like a jabroni. That is all. Did you guys see the statistics that I shared on Twitter? If not, I'll bring them up.
I did. I don't remember them specifically.
Yeah, I'll link to you guys to them here in the chat. Here it is. Copy this, paste it here, and then so played it on hard. Total likes received 437,549. Pretty good.
Yeah.
117 Legend of Legends. You only need 80 to get the platinum, but you have to do them in a certain order. So I had to do a bunch of them that I didn't need to do to try to get the ones that I needed. Playtime 98 hours 53 minutes and 18 seconds. I would argue that is very well measured. I'm very obsessive about that stuff, as you know. So I think Death Stranding has been, I think people wildly, I was listening to our podcast actually, Chris, from 2019, and I said I played it for 56 hours. And when I played it now, I'm like, there's no fucking way I played it for 56 hours. Like, not even close. It must have been more like 25 or something, because the clock just runs. So what I would do, so I knew that, so I would save and then just quit to the menu. And on PS5, it just goes so quick. It's like not even a big deal. It's like almost like pausing it itself. So that time is accurate. I guarantee you that time is accurate. So not because it's PSN, I think says 120 hours and it's not quite that long. So yeah, 98:53. Total distance traveled 1,272 kilometers, 213 on foot, 245 by bike, 763 by truck, 49 by roadster, 1.4 kilometers by zipline. This is what really drove people insane. What are your thoughts on this?
That is so crazy because the zip lines are so fucking efficient.
They are, but you have so to build efficient.
But that's the game.
Yeah,
I know what you mean though. Like, because I'm only. I mean, in Death Stranding 2, I kind of got obsessed with the metagame of the roads, but I'm hitting a point now where it's like the roads aren't going where I need them to go.
Right.
And now I'm starting to invest in like building zip. I'm bringing so many PCCs with me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And now I've got like a really good system where I can just, and that is satisfying in and of itself. Just building like a network of things that get you to zoom from. It's just crazy to me that like it's only 1.4 kilometers. Like I figured like, sure, maybe it might be less than a lot of other things, but like that it's only 1.4 kilometers is crazy to me. Because what even is that zip line? Like what?
I think it's like whenever I saw a zip line that was already already affixed by another player and it worked and I came across it, I would use it. So that otherwise I never built one except to like get the trophy. But I got to say, I think I didn't realize this until later in the game because I'm just stupid, is that I always assumed, not that I really needed to build very much. I just felt like there was so much shit in my universe or whatever. And that's one of the things I was saying in our spoiler conversation was it's actually a little annoying. Like I don't like the degradation system for the things you build or the things that other people build, because then your world just ends up being shoved with other people's rusting contraptions everywhere. I'm like, I have to keep these things up. I didn't even put this here. And now it's just going to fucking sit here looking like shit in my world. It really bothered me. But I didn't realize that it's like I wasn't using the PCC enough because I always thought that the PCC really needed to be utilized alongside like metal or ceramics or whatever to get the first thing built. And I was like, oh, I just don't want to do that. It's just annoying. But then you set the PCC down first and then you go get the items. And I didn't really do any of that. So it wasn't until I started playing Death Stranding 2 that I'm like, oh yeah, this is like much more actively functional than it seems, because you can just build something on the fly.
Yeah.
The game, I guess it was when Death Stranding 2 specifically is like, oh, you have to drive a really long distance build. You throw the PCC out when you need to, make a generator. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't have any fucking metal or anything like that. And then I was like, oh, you can just do it. And then to upgrade it 1, 2, and 3 times, you have to use this item. So that was a little lost on me, but
there are certain items that do require metal, though, like a bridge.
Right.
I think
maybe that's why I got confused. Yeah. Like the PCC 1 stuff doesn't, I think, and the PCC 2 stuff, at least in the first game, does. I don't know how exactly it works, but Director's Cut is a phenomenal game. It is. And this is what I was saying, is like, it is one of those games that's deeply flawed. Like, and this is why I wanted to talk a little bit about Death Stranding 2. I've only played it for about 5 hours, but the combat in the game is just so cumbersome and frustrating, and it makes me not want to fight. And it really makes me wonder what this game would have been like, not non-violently, but just like it's so violent that you couldn't do anything about it. That would be like a really interesting thing, like where participating in violence in this world would almost be like a death sentence. So you just don't do it. So when I moved on to the second game, I was like, and I think you said this last week, Dustin, is like the combat is really good in the second game. Mm-hmm. Like it truly now, I do feel like the new game feels like Metal Gear Solid 5. And I think this is what you were saying before. I was like, yeah, you're like Far Cry tracking character. Like you're using like your binoculars to mark them. And then like you're sneaking around the Mazer charge gun, the pistol, which is awesome that he has a pistol slot now, which is really cool, because that actually frustrated me in the first game. It's like, why doesn't he have just a fucking pistol on his leg? Just charging it, and it counts all of the people on the top of the screen. I was like, this is a totally different game, actually. And I think I would have only realized it to the extent that I do if I literally the same night started playing it after beating, and platinuming Death Stranding 1. And I really, really appreciate the work that they've put into fixing parts of the game. It's funny how similar it is, and even identical it is to the first game. Like the animations are the same. I was looking at it, like the animations when he crouches down to put things in the when he brings things to like a station and he puts things on the little conveyor belt or whatever. It's like, it's all the same. It's the same stuff people would make fun of Horizon or God of War for. The rowing animations and shit. But the in-between stuff is so, first of all, the game is stunning. Like stunningly beautiful. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Only imagine how beautiful Horizon 3 is going to be. Like, it's going to be incredible. No doubt. The dinosaur robots and everything is going to look fucking crazy on Decima. And I really dug, I won't spoil it, but the game gets into very quickly things that you never see in the first game. And one of the things that you never see in the first game, and I don't think this is a spoiler really, is you really never see how anyone lives. Like, you meet certain people, you interact with certain people, there are certain environments, but you never really see how, like, the only evidence that anyone lives anywhere is like the population numbers outside of a place where it's like population 123,000. And it's like, okay, there's a city under here somewhere. But the game almost immediately shows you different stuff, which is cool. And the performances are great. Finally, a day-night cycle. Days Gone not having a day-night cycle was weird. I didn't really quite understand it. It's almost like something they didn't get working or something in time. And it almost felt very similar to Adamfall, what I said about Adamfall. Adamfall doesn't have a day-night cycle, but I actually think that's part of the storytelling and why it's creepy. It doesn't really play that way in Death Stranding. So I liked that immediately they have you playing at night. It tells you when the sun's going up and when it's going down. The game changes. Like they had this archetype of a game, and then they really were able to success. It's classic sequel stuff. It's like they were able to build upon it meaningfully with systems. And so it is so similar to the first game, and yet actually quite distinct from it as well. And I really dig it. I think it's real, and I'm not tired of it. I'm just so in the Death Stranding zone where I'm like, this is just dope. There are games that are beckoning me because like System Shock 2 comes out today from when we're recording. And I really want to play Doom as well because Doom is finally really, really fixed now. They actually, like, it was kind of fixed, but now they really did fix the trophies. So I want to get into that as well. So I really has nothing to do with Death Stranding. It's just that there are things that are actually beckoning me now, but I'm really, really into it. And I'm excited to see more. There are things in the game that I think don't make any sense in the story. And I don't even want to say one thing I'll say is like, I'm not quite, there are like plants and trees and shit. And I guess I haven't gone through like the codices to see like how they explain it, but that's not supposed to be possible. Like the entire idea is that the water of the timefall deteriorates things and then turns into water. So it's why the animations of like the grass quickly growing and dying over and over again was so cool in the original game. So there's like certain things, there's things with the character Fragile too, where I'm like, Micah pointed out something about her, I'm like, you're right. What is that all about? But my suspicion is that this is all explained. So, and the level of depth in the codices is control level. To the point where I'm not even reading any of this. Maybe I'll like go through it at some point later, but it's like, there's so much shit. Like I don't have time to fucking read all this. I have to deliver packages, so, so yeah, I'm really, really so far enjoying it. There's just so many nice touches. One complaint I have, Death Stranding 1 seems a lot more imperfect. Like I was saying, I think the combat's bad. It's annoying at times to play. It's not always fun. It is too long. And it's not about the platinuming. It's like the pacing's wrong. So it's like, it has all the makings of something excellent, but it's not quite excellent. You can see that this game, although I highly recommend it because it is so unique and so interesting and so Kojima and maybe his zaniest work yet. And the second one does seem to just kind of quickly check boxes to clean some of this stuff up. So really, really enjoying it. Pleased to see that it's doing pretty well. I think it sold a couple million copies, which is good. I think it took 2 years for Death Stranding 1 to sell 5 million on both PS5 and PC. So it's not like it was ever a huge game to begin with. And I think that's basically all I want to say because I don't want to spoil it too much for people. I assume
you said you had a complaint, but did you mean to not?
Oh wait, yeah, maybe I did. Oh yeah, right. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry, Chris. The complaint was they seem to have arbitrarily remapped the buttons. And this is only really stuck out to me because I'm playing the games back to back. There are a lot of things that you have to unlearn how to do and then relearn how to do them. So, and again, it all seems arbitrary. The auto-rec or whatever the auto-rec or whatever it's called, the pulse thing, is on L1 now instead of R1. Crouching is on R1 instead of circle. Reloading is on circle instead of square. It's like, what? And I was looking through and I wonder if they'll add this later. It would be kind of cool if they did, although maybe it's very similar to how I felt about Dying Light back in the day, where I'm like, why are you making me use the buttons like this? And then it all makes sense because it's what I remapped Dying Light actually when I started playing, and it was like almost unplayable. So like they know what they're doing, and I assume that maybe the similar thing is happening here, and I just don't have the full grasp of what the vision is yet. But it would be cool for them to give you a Death Stranding 1 control option. Like go to Death Stranding 1 controls, because it's little things, but it's like everything's on the wrong button. Like you're doing all the same things, but why is it all just on different buttons? So I'm constantly crouching when I should be pulsing. I'm constantly like, why am I not reloading? And that's because I'm hitting the fucking wrong button. Climbing, picking things up used to be with, you'd pick up the golden artifacts of the Timefall with square. Now you pick it up with triangle. You climb up with triangle instead of square. Like it's like, I'm telling you guys, like there's probably 10 or 12 different controls that are just like, we're just gonna change it.
I could believe it.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah. I would imagine after like 100 hours with the first game, you're probably having a little bit of a, like it was, this was exactly my suspicion when like I started Death Stranding Director's Cut just to kind of get a feel for it, where I was just like, okay, I'm in the mood for this now, but like, I feel like I'm going to get too used to how this works. And I can already tell that there's so much to fix that like enough is going to change where it's going to frustrate me getting used to. I can't get used to this. And so I was just like, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah. More customizable
controls
would be cool. But again, I want to see the vision full. I'm so early into the game. I mean, the PSN already tells me I'm 10% through the game. So, but again, knowing how Death Stranding 1 worked with really a lack of coherent pacing, I assume the game is the same. And I looked at the trophies. I mean, there's like 15 or 16 chapters. So there's just no way that the chapters are all the same length. But I'm digging it. It's cool. And shout out. Do you guys have anything else you want to say? We'll spool up probably have to do 2 of them again, spoiler casts, because I think some of you are ready to go.
Yeah. Brad and I are both
Brad?
done.
Okay.
So
Chris, where are you on it?
I'm still working my way through it. I think I'm on chapter 10.
Okay.
I think. I could be right. It's around there though. It's like 8, 9, 10. I haven't had a lot of time to play this week, but I'm about to jump back into it tonight. But I think depending on when you guys want to do it, I could be done with it, I think, pretty soon. But
yeah. Again, I want to platinum it. The platinum's supposed to be easier than the first game, but I'll probably just beat it first anyway. But but what I really do, because there's a grind inherent to the platinum that you could just kind of overcome by doing it in the moment. Because the big thing is getting everything to 5 stars, and I think there's 50 facilities or something in the game. So it's like I just like doing that at the time, and that's like where the grind comes from. I enjoy watching the stars go up. That's the other thing too, is the game just tickles that statistical, like it just gives you so many stats and there's so many fucking screens and like is an S rank, and then you have the little like all your bars are going up and then the grid is growing, and like it's perfect for Colin. Yep.
I would say, Colin, though, it may be inefficient to max out everything as you find it, because as you play the game, you will unlock more tools that will make the grind easier when you do go back to them.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
That's what I'm doing now, is that I'm done with the story. And so I just went and 5-starred everything in the first area, which actually is a little more, I don't want to say it's more difficult because the terrain isn't that bad, but you cannot build roads.
Right. Just like the first part of the original Death Stranding, there was no roads there either.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I am wrapped up with the story. Overall, I think it's awesome. A great game. One of the best games of the year. I know the number one question people will be asking is it my game of the year? I think Clair Obscur is still my number one. I have a few complaints about the story that I cannot get into at all until a spoiler cast. I think last week I said that I really liked Kojima's back to his weirdness in this game. And overall, 90% of the time, I think it's great. There's a few points in this game that I was thinking about George Lucas when after he watched the screening of episode 1 where he said, I think I may have gone a little too far in a few places. And I thought, Kojima, I think you might have went a little too far in a few places with this. And that's, dude, and I fucking love Kojima weirdness. We'll talk about it in the spoiler cast.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, overall, I'm having a great time going back and just getting those 5 stars. It is Colin, it might be different though. I wanted to ask you because I wasn't doing the 5-star. I haven't done that since my playthrough a few years ago where I was getting a lot of 5 stars. In order to 5-star a location in this game, it is heavily dependent on finding lost cargo. So
that's a little annoying. Yeah.
When I posted a tweet about how I'm going and 5-starring places, and I was using a truck. Someone's like, why aren't you building zip lines? I'm like, dude, don't get me wrong. I love zip lines. I use them a ton in the first game, but I feel like it's very important in order to efficiently 5-star everything. You really should be driving a truck or something that you can pick up that cargo as you're going from place to place. So keep that in mind.
The truck is just, in my opinion, I cater to the truck so much because not only for the roads, but it's generally all terrain. It's best in the snow. It's best on hills. The controls get really finicky. Like it's so easy to like lose control and just fall down a hill and have to just do it all over again because the kind of turning is really weird. And it protects your items from timefall, and you can store the most amount of items, and it has the biggest battery. So to me, it's like there's almost no downside to using the truck. That's why it's a little slower, but you can do way more. What I would basically do is like, I think I said this last week, or maybe I didn't. It's like, I'd have like 14 or 15, 16 orders at once. And I would just be going from like place to place and like dropping off 2 things and picking up 3 things and then going to the next place, dropping off 1 thing, picking up 1 thing, and just like constantly moving around. And I enjoyed playing it like that. But I understand the satisfaction of spending the time to make an efficient way through the game. Like I'm sure that's incredibly satisfying. It's just
right.
I'm not going to play it like that.
Yeah. I think it'll be more efficient to use zip lines, much like the first game, in a mountainous region where the roads are not going to quite cover everywhere you need to go.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Well, anything else we want to say about the game before? And because you guys are also playing Peak, and I don't want to skip over that, but is there anything else to say about Death Stranding 2?
No, I mean, I'm still really, really enjoying my time with it. I think I've been doing this thing where I've been singling out certain locations that I like the people, and I like what they give me. And so I like anytime I'll do the truck thing too. Like I'll scour for a very specific, like, oh, that goes to the pizza chef. Pick that up, pick that and anything. And I load the truck as full as possible with those. And then I drive, and then I just watch an entire like column of things get delivered, and it's like that shit's satisfying.
Oh, it's so
I love that. That feeling is great. But no, I'm still really liking it. It really is so deeply. It is so deeply Metal Gear Solid 5. It's crazy. Like at a certain point, like there's a crescendo there's a precipice that you reach where you're just like, oh, this sandbox is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Colin, I have a piece of advice for you in your 5-star journey. I learned that you cannot get more than 1 star per order submission.
So in other words, not to pack them together.
Right. It's actually, I guess the way it works is that, so let's say you're dropping off 2 orders and 6 lost packages. It will only increase the star amount by 1. It cannot go any further. The game secretly banks.
Right. That's what I noticed in the first
likes.
one. Yep.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that's how it worked in the first one.
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah.
You have to be, if you think you're getting close to that final star, like you have to like submit multiple orders. It's a little annoying.
Yeah. There's something similar because I noticed that in the first game because there were certain things that would happen after 1 stars, 2 stars. Like they would join the network after 1 stars. They would join the USC after 2 stars or whatever. And so you would want to go beyond that, but that would be the story beat. And then I would notice the next time I would deliver to them, I would get like 2 stars because it wasn't obviously banking, but I kind of inferred that was what was happening. So yeah, it's good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What about Peak? Chris, you want I'm sorry, Dustin, you want to talk about Peak? Because you didn't talk about it last week, right? Chris did.
Yeah, Chris did. And when Chris talked about this, it piqued my interest. I said earlier about friend slop games. That's a term. I don't think Jimmy invented it, but that's what he called it. He's like, yeah, you're into those friend slop games. I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I am. I am 100% into friend slop games. And so the idea of friend slop, I think kind of the core of that is Lethal Company, where it's a usually relatively cheap multiplayer game, usually on Steam. To me, it's very focused on the proximity chat being a major part of the game and them being co-op. So Peak in particular, and Chris talked about this last week, is a game where you and 3 other friends are it's like Lord of the Flies. So you're a bunch of like Boy Scouts or Cub Scouts, whatever, and you crash land on an island and you need to get to the top of the mountain. And then once you reach the top, then you realize it's like, oh, this isn't the top. There's another level. And so the entire game is based around climbing, and you have a stamina bar. And that's kind of the core of everything, where you start, you have full stamina. If you pick up items, that's going to reduce your stamina bar because you're carrying that weight. As you play, you'll start to get hungry. That will reduce your stamina bar. So you need to eat items in order to get rid of that. You can get poisoned. That's going to eat away at it too. You can get injured. So it's all about managing this stamina bar. And then where the friend aspect comes in is that you can, once someone climbs something, they can there's this grab mechanic where you can help and pull people up. And so you really have to play efficiently. And it's like, okay, well, this guy, this person has the most amount of stamina, so they'll be able to reach the top. And then if I eat this thing, and then if he grabs me at the top, we can get to the next spot. This game's fucking hard. We've reached the 3rd level, and that was one time. We've been stuck on the 2nd level most of our playthroughs. But we've been having it's just like a silly, fun game. And a big part of it is the proximity chat. When someone doesn't quite make that grab and you're watching them fall to their death, and there's a little bit like you're playing up. Like I saw Brad fall to his death, and then you're like, Brad, are you okay? And then you just hear dead silence. You're like, oh no, Brad didn't make it. And then when they actually, initially there's a window where you can, if they fall and they're almost dead, you can carry them on your back to try to revive them if you get band-aids. If not, then they die, and their little ghost head will pop up, and then you can talk to them. So it's like, oh no, is Brad dead? And then eventually he'll show up and he's like, you fuckers didn't pick me up right, or something like that. So I love these kinds of games, and I can't get enough of them. Are a lot of them very samey? Yes. But usually they only cost between $5 to $10, and you play them for, I don't know. Sometimes, Lethal Company, we probably have at least 30 hours in that game. So it's even if we buy one of these games and play it for 5 hours, it's certainly well worth the amount of money and that, that fun experience that we had. So Peak is pretty good. I'm a big fan of it so far. The latest friend slop game. But Chris, thank you for mentioning it last week, because I had no idea about this game, and I looked it up. I was like, oh shit, this game's kind of taken off in a lot of ways. So yeah,
no, it's real good. It's fun. I love anything. I'm a physics whore, man. I love anything that you can watch somebody tumble off of a mountain and gain momentum and then cartwheel off into the distance. It's hysterical to me. And the proximity chat, I love this focus on proximity chat. In these games, I think it's an underrated aspect of a lot of, and it also it just incentivizes this older school of kind of we're not going to be in a Discord, or we're not going to be in like sometimes technical issues will pop up, and we're in a Discord for backup in case. Usually like we have all of our stuff muted, and if like we get disconnected or whatever, we'll be like, hey, I disconnected, you know what I mean? But generally speaking, we're in the game, and a lot of these games in particular, I noticed it more with Peak, but I'm sure it's in other games. Like I played a little bit of Repo over the last week too, just because I'm trying to delve into these a little bit more. But Peak has it plays with the sound a lot, where it's just like you can be far away from somebody, and obviously that does the standard thing where it lowers the volume, so it simulates how far away they are. But like also like if you're in a cave, it'll have like this reverb. So it's just really cool the way that
it's immersive.
Yeah,
in that way.
It's weird because it's like it's not believable at all because it's so cartoonish, but it is like it does suck you in, and it's really cool. I've only gotten to the third. I've only gotten to the third level twice so far. It is hard. That second level is
that's like a snow region where the winds will pick up, and then you'll start to get this cold meter that builds up, and
there's a crazy thing about that level, that area in particular, that's insane. But it's man. I'm a big fan of these games. I think Peak has been the one that I think I gel with the most. I think there's something about Repo and Lethal Company that I did enjoy, but it felt I don't know. I think it's maybe just the horror tinge or like the tension tinge of like, oh, there's the environment's just very like, it's a different vibe. Like Peak is a very different vibe than Repo and Lethal Company, even if these are all games about like proximity chat and friends kind of fucking around. There's something to like the bright colors and like the kind of, it feels more fun off the bat because it just kind of feels more inviting. And I'm really into it. I've not played that much of it. I think I only have like a couple hours into it. It's one of those games, but I played like 5 hours of it, and yeah, I'm into this. I hope we get more of these. I'm totally a Friend Slop fan. I love that name, the nomenclature. I've seen that percolating around, and I think it's crazy how you could hear something that's totally accurate, and you're like, how did I not think of that when describing this to people? It's like it's totally French Slop.
Well, yeah, because there's so many of these games, and a lot of them. I've tried to dive into some of the less popular ones, and often they are not very good.
Yeah.
But even then, you spend $5 if you play it for a few hours. It's like, who cares, right?
Yeah, no harm, no foul, really, at that point. But I think Peak is among the better ones. It's good. It's in Repo, Lethal Company tier, I think, for sure.
Yeah. The one other cool thing I forgot to mention is that the map resets every day. So the levels are the same, where it's like, you know what you're getting into and what environmental hazards are in each level, but each day they reset. So when we're playing a session or whatever and we die, we can kind of play again and know what we're know which way to go. We went this way last time. Great. But the fact that it resets every day, it's like, oh, you can't, there's no one set path every time you, every day that you play the game, it's different.
One of my favorite things too about this is that like there's you can really sabotage people. Like they've added certain things into this game that apparently weren't there in earlier versions. I don't know. I don't even really know how new this game is really, but like apparently like I saw some tweets about like, oh, they added a blow dart or whatever, or which was like a new addition. So you could like blow a dart into somebody and poison them, and they'll start to get sleepy, and then their body will go limp because they've passed out. And if they're climbing or if they're on like a slope, they'll slide down and basically die. And you can feed other people. So if you have like an apple, you can like walk up to them and force feed it to them. But like you can really force feed people poison if
I've never thought of doing that. That's a good idea.
It's hysterical. It's just a lot of fun, man. I love these fuck around games. Big fan. Highly recommend Peak if you have the means to play it. I can't imagine this is a particularly demanding game, but if you're on PC at all, give it a shout out, give it a look.
There's a funny thing too, where so if there's fire, you can cook any of the food items you have. They'll give you more stamina, but you literally should cook every food item. So if there's like bottles of energy drinks and Pocari Sweat, you can make like cooked energy drink, and it gives you more. And even bandages. It's like, oh, you have bandages, you should cook them for the cooked bandages, and they will heal more. I don't know why, but I love it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good stuff.
That's funny.
But those are really the only things I'm playing. Like, I think I'm also on stream kind of dabbling in, I'm trying to, because I was looking at my achievements for like the Master Chief Collection. It's like I play Halo all the time, like every now and again. I never mention it obviously because it's just a given. But like I noticed that like my achievements for the MCC are like over 50%, and I was like, And so I've been doing like these streams of like doing maybe grinding out some trophies. So I've been doing like speed runs because that's part of the trophy too, is like speed running those games. So I've been doing that a little bit too, but that's like more of like a secondary thing.
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot kind of starting to stack up for me. I don't know what I'm going to keep playing Death Stranding 2. I'm just so in the zone.
Yeah.
But certainly I'm being beckoned in other directions. But I got to say, man, I'm not bored. But I'm very weird. Yeah. So don't take it from me. Maybe you wouldn't want to play Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2 for 200 hours. I don't know. All right. That's all we have for what we're playing. And we'll have more on Death Stranding 2 in the coming couple of weeks, I think max, on Sacred Symbols Plus. So patreon.com/lastdaymedia if you want to hear more of our thoughts in depth, spoilery, all of the rest. Let's get into listener inquiries as we end our show. Those we always do. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Look for the thread in the news feed each and every week for our show and all the other shows we do on our network. You just post in that thread. We pick through them. You've heard your inquiries throughout the show. You'll hear 6 more now of a random variety. And we start with Jason. It says, fellas, am I cooked? My attention span is fucked recently. I seem to can't play any games for more than a 10-minute chunk of time before having to look at my phone to get that dopamine hit from various social media timelines. If there's a cutscene or a loading screen or even just a silent moment in the game, I have this obsessive compulsion to put the controller down, pick up the phone, and feast my eyes on pointless dribble like a zombie. It really gets in the way of making meaningful and consistent progress through any game. Am I cooked? Is my brain fried? What do I do about this? Should I just fucking throw myself off a building? Knowing my dumb ass, I'd probably take one more look at my Instagram feed on the way down to my demise. Fuck my life. Thanks, and stay cool, fellas. Wow. Really brought us on a little bit of an adventure there. I think we're all suffering from this, personally. Maybe not. I have remarked many times in the past that I feel bad for kids today. I feel like I would be fucking shattered beyond belief in this environment if I was 10, 15, 20. I feel fortunate that I grew up in the era that I did, where I remember what it was like before all of this stuff, that I was basically the crazy thing you guys can't even relate to is I was basically an adult after college by the time the iPhone came out, which is, the iPhone came out my senior year in college and no one had one. And it wasn't even until several years later that people really started using them fully. You had BlackBerries and your sidekicks and things like that.
It was like 2010, 2011. Right. I started noticing that everybody kind of had them.
Right. Like I got my first smartphone in 2009, which was a Palm Pre, and I loved it. It was that phone was fucking sick. And I didn't get an iPhone until 2012, maybe something like that.
That's when I got one.
And I really resisted for a long time because I didn't want to use an iPhone. I felt like it was kind of lame, but then I eventually realized like this thing is actually pretty perfect. And it's been perfect for all these years since, in my opinion. I know a lot of people don't like it, which is fine. But I just feel like this is something everyone's going through. And I think you have to make certain moves to lift yourself of that burden. I know people that don't bring their phones into their bedrooms, for instance, before they go to bed. I know you don't even have a TV in your room, right, Dustin?
No.
Which is like anathema to my whole experience, but good for sleep, good for rest, good for sex. Probably you having a lot of
not right now.
Kinky time. No.
I'm suffering right now. I'm dying of thirst.
Oh my God. Oh boy. But I wanted Jason, like he's being funny about it, but I just think like I struggle with it too, dude. Micah always reminds me that it's really overstated because of the way I use my phone. But like when it comes up every week and it's like, you've used your phone for 7 hours a day, it's like what? But then she's like, dude, that's not true. Like you sit there playing video games with an earbud in and you're listening to YouTube for hours or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm also listening to YouTube while I'm playing a video game. Like that in and of itself
That's like the Family Guy clips with like Subway Surfers gameplay underneath it. Or
Right,
whatever. It's
right,
like,
right.
I need stimulation.
Right. It's like I get annoyed by that even with just podcasts and things where it's just like constant unrelated footage. Like everyone just seems fucked beyond repair at this point. Old, young, male, female, whatever. Like any socioeconomic status, everyone's got a phone. I just don't want you to feel too bad about it. I just think it is what it is. And we have to, I have no discipline at all. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you like what to do, but I think that like it's within your own control to just not do it. And you could do easy things like just put your phone on the counter in the kitchen and just like, and then be in the living room and you have to get up to get it. And it just becomes inconvenient, little things like that. But then I have my watch going off, got an email, got a text message.
Yeah, I had to get rid of the watch. The watch I had to be like, I can't be doing this.
It isn't it's incredibly convenient and also deeply inconvenient all at the same time.
It's mega convenient, but like it exacerbates. Like I remember being like, oh, I'll leave my phone in the other room. And then it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter because I have this fucking watch. And I did the whole like, separate it. But it's always, it's this thing where it's like, it's always in my peripheral. Like I'm always seeing it. Even if I'm doing something. Yeah, it sucks, man. It's hard. I don't know how you. I don't think being cooked is a particularly unique experience as far as all this goes. I mean, there's a lot of money going into making this technology as addictive as possible. In some ways, it's a miracle that you're even aware of it. So don't feel too bad about it. But also, like, also recognize that you're not helpless either.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right.
It can be easy to feel that way because ultimately, like, there's a lot of science going into making you feel that way. But it is ultimately like I got into the habit of like I don't keep my phone charger in my room. I keep it in my office. And so, like, basically, like if I go to sleep and I charge my phone, I set my alarm so it's loud and in my office. But like I don't have my phone in my room when I'm going to sleep.
I'm like on my phone, like when I'm going to bed, like reading Wikipedia articles about Snowball Earth or something like that. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? So I'm sympathetic because I just knowing myself, knowing my addictive personality, knowing my curiosity, it's like, man, I was addicted to the internet when I was like 12. You think I wouldn't have been addicted to the second we were on the internet in like 96? I was like, oh my God, this is like the rest of my life I'm going to spend on this stuff. And so
now it's the internet. Now it's the internet, but it follows you and it's in your pocket and everybody's on it and you have to be on it because the work you do, regardless of what you're doing, honestly, requires you to be on it.
Right. Exactly. And I don't know. I'm sympathetic to it. I kind of just understand it. It's like everything that's ever been and every piece of knowledge and all the information and all your friends and all the social media and the news and videos. And it's like all in this one thing. It's like almost unfathomable. Of course, you're going to be fucking addicted to it. Yeah. Like I've articulated this before and you guys are young enough to remember. It's like one used to go on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It was the thing you did. You went into the computer room or your bedroom or in a computer lab at school or whatever, and you went on the internet and you logged in, and all that. And now it's just like, now you're just in the internet.
Yeah. Now you have to log off.
Yeah. Right.
It's, yeah, I don't know. It is. I understand it. It's overwhelming. And there's also this crushing sense of like everything is connected to the point where like it's almost like this soft hell of nothing new to discover. Like if you ever look up like, oh, I wonder what this is. Like all information is so like, I think it's part of why like people don't spell well is because, or like why people are like bad at like grammar or whatever is because like, oh, I could just I'll look this up or whatever. What does this word mean? And then I'll look it up and I'll be like, oh, there it is. But like, I'm aware that, oh, if I ever need to know what this word means, I'll just look it up.
Right.
And so like, it's in one ear out the other. And I'm aware of that happening. Like it's crazy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
I was just going to say, I think for Jason, I totally agree. It definitely feels like we're all cooked. And there's times where I feel like I'm cooked as we've been talking about these different things where you're like, man, I've been looking at Instagram Reels or TikTok or whatever for way longer than I expected, or I feel like I need to look at my phone all the time and I don't really need to. But I think what's important to know is that I think it's just like any other addiction that you can rewire your brain if you are willing to put limits on yourself and start the process of changing your brain to not being addicted to the dopamine hit of your phone. It's like you can stretch your attention span out if you work at it, and you're like, okay, well, you could start like, I'm going to watch an episode of a show and I'm not going to look at my phone. And maybe that's all you can do. Start with that. It's just mainly having the willpower to put those limits on yourself and doing the long process of resorting out your brain. I'm certainly not there. I know that there are times where I'm like, okay, I got to start putting limits on myself because it's like, oh, I've watched Instagram or whatever for way too long. Not perfect at keeping at that, but it is crazy, particularly with like movies or shows where people are like, oh, it's so long. And I'm like Oppenheimer, people that didn't want to watch it because it was 3 hours. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I often find myself, I don't watch much TV and movies anymore in my life. So those are some of the times where I'm not on my phone. If I'm really engaged, I'm almost surprised by how engaged I am in it. Like, you lose yourself. It's what I always used to love, that when you had were going to a really bad time and you'd start to forget about it for the first time. A girl broke up with you, or you're in a painful situation, and then you like went a time without remembering it. And then you remember it an hour later and you're like, oh yeah, I'm sad. And then slowly it gets better and better. Could be a similar thing with tech, but I mean, I'm just, I think it's only going to get worse. And there is that awesome early Black Mirror episode about the people that like opt out of technology. And it's cool. Like, I know it's very Luddite-ish and stuff, but I kind of fantasize about a future where like you can really just opt out and like go live somewhere where like it literally is the 1980s or something. And I
fantasized about like an EMP going off. I'm like, oh no, the internet's gone.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh dang.
Bummer.
I don't know. I do think of a bit, something that's helped me a lot. And again, this is to varying degrees of success. There's some days where I'm just like, oh, I'm cooked. I totally fucked today up. You know, where I'm just like, oh, I spent like 3 hours scrolling, and I'm just like, God damn it, what did I just do? And then there are other days where I'm really good about it, and I haven't been on my phone at all. But generally, I think a good way to go about this is kind of redefining your relationship with boredom, to the point where like boredom is not something to be avoided. It's just something that happens, and it's fine that it happens. And it's not like a problem to be ameliorated. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And if you just like recontextualize what boredom is to you and like how you should feel about it, that alone's a really good tool. Because I think boredom's actually really an important thing to experience. Personally.
I agree. I don't know. I should have seen this coming for a long time, because I've had moments in my life. I mean, like, I remember my family owns like a beach house in New Jersey, and it didn't have internet connection in like the early 2000s or whatever. And we used to have to go there. I didn't really want to go, frankly, but you know, like my parents or my mom and family would meet there and whatever. And I would be like going nuts. Like, what am I supposed to be doing? Why am I? And this was in like 2001 or 2002. And then the last time I remember really feeling this was in 2015. So it was almost 10 years ago. Was my friend Mike got married in Cornwall, Connecticut, which is like in the middle of fucking nowhere. And there was just no connection for your phones. I don't know if it's still like that, but there was no connection for your phone. And I was there for 3 or 4 days, and I was going crazy. I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what anyone's saying. I have no idea what's been announced. I was like losing my mind. And I realized at some point, I'm like, this is fucking sad, dude. You know, like get it together. It's not, and I wasn't like obviously acting out or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, mentally, internally, I'm like, fucking sort your mind out, dude. I remember being really upset that I couldn't watch football that weekend, and like, it was weird, like in my mind. And I'm like, why you just like fucking live your life? But you know, that's the life I've cultivated for myself over the last 30 years on the internet, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Cameron Keogh or Kof, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Says, hey, sacred hosts. He actually says, hey, scared hosts. A topic that you guys have talked about often is the push to live service to match overall gaming habits. You guys have remarked before that you three are unlike most gamers who may just stick with one live service game. My question is, if you guys had to stick with one live service style game, which would you pick and why? My pick is Final Fantasy XIV because of its free trial, which includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward. I hate that term. It's like, it looks like Heaven's Sword, but I think it's Heaven's Word. Expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime. I'll cast Obi Saga on myself and listen. Don't do that. Don't cast Obi Saga on yourself. At least have the joy of eating.
Right.
This is a great question. That's why I put it in here. Thank you for writing in, Cameron. Dustin, if you had to clue in on one game and one game only because your life now was consumed by games as a service, which would you pick?
Destiny 2, because I probably only played about half of all the available content, and I really did like it. But I just got too far behind, and so I'd love to go and play everything that's available now, because I think the last thing I played was The Witch Queen.
Mm-hmm.
So there's quite a few expansions after that, and I do like it. But the times I've tried to hop back in, I've tried to do casually, and there's no casually hopping back into Destiny 2. I need to relearn pretty much everything. So if I needed to dedicate myself to a live service, that would be it. I'd still have a lot of familiarity going into it, but I would love to go and see that story to completion. I just don't know if I'm ever going to do it now.
Chris, what about you?
Yeah, I don't love the prospect of this, but I think I don't know. Honestly, probably Halo Infinite, because it is a live service, but there is a single player campaign element to it. There is custom game flexibility to it, where it's not just the game. It's not just Destiny 2 in the sense of like Destiny 2 has a lot of options, but you don't have a lot of command over how broken those options can be. It's a very customizable experience. There's also that map maker, which I could see myself making like weird projects in if I get bored of like everything else. I feel like there's a lot of content there that it probably would be satiated for a while. I feel like I would go insane at a certain point, but that's the one that I feel like would ward insanity off for the longest.
I was thinking about this for myself, like what would be the answer? And I actually thought Destiny 2 was one of them just because I love shooters. There's so much content and highly replayable. I mean, obviously look at people like COG and others. I don't know if he's still grinding in it, but I know a lot of people just play it over and over again. I knew people like that even with Destiny 1 back in the day. My friend Craig Baradon that I worked with at IGN for many years was obsessed with it. And that was really the first time I ever really clued in on people playing the same game forever. Like not on console. PC people have always done that, but like with MMOs and builder games and 4X and all that, like people just get immersed in that shit. I get it. It's different on console. The answer is probably something like Madden, which is not, it is a game as a service. It's obviously a purchase game, but Helldivers 2 is a purchase game too. And I think we count that as a game as a service. Maybe Madden and I was even thinking like something that's like deep. I love baseball. I just don't really like the MLB as in its modern interpretation, but like MLB The Show would be another interesting one just because I know the game is so fucking crazy deep. Like you can play, I know I've said before, my nephew's roommate in college is in like the 2070s or something. And in his career mode or his like his campaign mode or whatever, like it just goes and goes and goes and like makes up players and makes up teams and makes up scenarios. It's like so cool. I can see myself getting really sucked into that. And you could play like on an A team or a AA team or a AAA team and work your way up. So it'd probably be some sort of sports game. I just don't play sports games anymore. Sports games used to be a big part of especially as a kid, it was probably a third. I mean, from the late NES, early SNES era, so like baseball stars and then into like the NHL games and the Madden games and everything, all the way through probably the early aughts or the early 20 teens, actually. I played a lot of sports games. It's just not part of my life anymore for some reason. I just kind of got bored with it. But those games are popular. College football, I think college football is out now, actually. So you're about to deal with that as being the number one game again. Okay. Two Miguels. He has more of a statement here, though. We can discuss it, of course. Miguel A. Brewer wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I wanted to write in to let you know that I've thrown caution to the wind and I've been buying sequels to games I didn't complete or enjoy, and surprisingly, I've found a lot of success. I couldn't stand Breath of the Wild, and last year had a blast with Tears of the Kingdom. I made it all of an hour in Henry Simulator 1 with Kingdom Come Deliverance, but this year Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is making a strong case to be my game of the year. And lastly, I got as far as Chapter 4 and 30 hours into Sam's road building extravaganza before deciding to leave BB-28 permanently hanging in Sam's private room, and I'm happy to report I was able to wrap up the main story in Death Stranding 2 late Wednesday night and had a blast. We've all heard don't buy a game at launch, wait until the patch, but maybe we should be waiting for the refinements of the sequel. Cheers. Interesting. Anathema to everything I believe about video games, but to each their own. Like, playing Death Stranding 2 without having beaten and understanding Death Stranding 1 doesn't even make any sense to me. But that, and I know there's like the way to catch up in the beginning. There's like a 17 or 20 page thing that I think Deadman reads to you or something and catches you up. It's kind of insufficient, I thought. It doesn't tell you a whole lot. I just personally don't understand playing games that way, but to each their own. I mean, you really got to do whatever you got to do. So if you're finding enjoyment in the sequels to games that you didn't enjoy, I don't think that that's necessarily unusual, because the sequels are almost always stronger. We were talking about this with Death Stranding 2, the refinements. You already know what the game is. Now you get to refine it. But I think that's a pretty dangerous road you're walking, because you're going to run into things that you don't like for fundamental reasons. I think I'm most surprised about Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. Those seem... I only played Breath of the Wild. I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom, but they don't seem radically different to me. Maybe they are. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1.
You're very wrong.
Really?
I actually,
yeah, go ahead.
I actually didn't really like. I mean, I liked Breath of the Wild as much as one could, I guess. Like, I enjoyed it. I dug the vibe of it. But Tears of the Kingdom really felt to me like, oh, this is the real one. Like, it just feels like they did a lot more. The best way that I can describe it is like, Breath of the Wild 1 kind of feels like a survival game in some aspects, but like, it's not truly, but like, it's got some elements of it. Whereas like, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom feels like more like an immersive sim. And by the way, when I say these things, it's not literally true. It's like, you know, but the spirit of it, like being like Ascend in Tears of the Kingdom is fucking crazy cool. Like, and it is way cooler than I think anything in any ability in Breath of the Wild. And like Ultra Hand and being able to build your own functioning. It's truly crazy. And I remember playing Tears of the Kingdom and being like, damn, I kind of wish I didn't even play Breath of the Wild, because the only parts of this game that I'm bored with is the fact that like I know this map already and I'm going through the same, like I know this area. And so I wish that I remember feeling like I wish this was all new to me, because this feels like the real one. But I feel like I'm getting sucked out of it because I'm remembering like, oh, I know this. I know what this area looks like. I know what's awaiting me around this corner because I remember this map. I think this really all depends on what is important to you in video games, and it's always been for me like story's always been like one of the last things. Like, I always appreciate a good one, and if a story is like really really good, it can make all the difference. But like I've always engaged with things more on a gameplay and a systems level. So for me, like seeing this guy talk about like specifically Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild like makes total sense to me. Even Kingdom Come Deliverance and KCD2, like those are story heavy games, obviously, but like from what I've experienced of both of them, like the leap between them is crazy. Like it almost makes KCD2 almost feels like it almost makes the first game, in my opinion, kind of like not unplayable, but like it really feels like, oh, this is way better. Yeah, this feels like more clean. And if your primary way of experiencing games is through like the game feel and like mechanical depth and refinement and wanting to basically enjoy every moment of your interaction with a piece of software and not have to deal with hiccups and the narrative isn't the most important thing to you, then I think I can understand it. I think with a game like Death Stranding, it's a little more confusing, because Death Stranding, although Death Stranding 2 is significantly more refined, as we were talking about earlier, I do think Death Stranding 2 is also such a deeply narrative experience that I think, I don't know. I can't imagine. I love the gameplay of Death Stranding. I think it's fantastic. But what's pulling me forward is the story. And so I don't know. I don't know if I could just play Death Stranding without meat keeping me going.
Yeah, I don't get it personally, but it's kind of
there are
what I said
definitely
about
games like that.
Final Fantasy VII was the same thing I felt about when people were playing the remake. I'm like, you really got to trust me on this. do what you want. I'm not going to try to control you, but it doesn't make any sense what you're doing. And then the people that played Rebirth without playing Remake, I'm like, I want to fucking kill you. I hate you. Yeah, Kingdom Come was the one that really I gleamed onto here quite a bit too, because I didn't play either of them, but I watched Micah play them extensively, and that first game was fucking rough, dude. I couldn't even believe. She was playing it on Switch, obviously, so it wasn't great. But
that's not.
But I was like, Jesus Christ, man, this game is brutal. But teach their own. Miguel A. Brewer, thank you for writing in. Oh wait,
hey, Colin, you skipped the first Miguel.
Oh yeah, you're right. You
threw me off.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Timestamps,
you're totally
okay.
right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Miguel Almeida, we have the other Miguel, wrote in and said, "Hi CDC. I wonder if any of you guys ever felt like your job made you enjoy games less. I feel like everything that I do as a job turns into obligations and inherently less fun. Do you feel like you have to play games in order to keep the podcast interesting? And do you feel like you would enjoy games more if you could just play them more organically, meaning you wouldn't need to play the next big thing, but just play whatever you wanted? I recently found myself rushing through Expedition 33 to be more part of the conversation, and I think it sort of hurt my enjoyment. Thanks, and keep up the good work." In my opinion, I don't understand that mentality at all for people like you that, Miguel, I'm assuming you don't do content or like have a show or whatever. Maybe you do. But part of the conversation, it's like, just play games at your own pace. As I was making fun of Genki before, I couldn't even play. The Astrobot DLC has been out for fucking 5 minutes. And that dude is already spoiling all the bots in it. So you got to play at your own pace if you're an enthusiast. I don't really understand the crush that people feel if they're just an enthusiast. Just play whatever you want, man. But as far as I've reflected on this recently, that I feel like I'm enjoying video games more than I have my entire adult life. And I don't think that that's a coincidence, because my entire adult life was spent covering video games professionally since I was 17 and 18 years old. It started immediately when I became an adult. And ever since then, I never really played for fun very much. And the more that I, with Last Stand, have embraced just playing whatever I want, whenever I want, it's great. Not really. And having an audience that doesn't pressure me generally into playing things. What I think for critics is important, people in the media is important, is to always be playing something. But because I think you have to keep your bona fides up. I think you need to be involved in games to play, and then studying the industry, which I study very deeply. I love studying the industry. I love looking at the numbers and the finances and seeing how things are doing. I really enjoy it. And I think that that's more important actually to me being a good podcaster than the games I play. I've been playing video games for almost 40 years. Like, I have a fundamental understanding of them. I know what they are. I know how to talk about them. I know how to explain them. I know what, you just learn the vocabulary as you go, the lexicon. But I try to tell everyone in my company that works for us is to like not feel pressure to necessarily play things to feel like you need to be part of or to start a conversation, but rather just kind of follow your heart. And I think that often brings me to newer games that I'm excited about. What's important to me is that when people look at my trophies personally, it's like, I almost certainly play games by hour and more deeply than almost anyone you would listen to in the podcasting space. And I think that that's my strong point. It's not necessarily being up on everything. It's playing things deeply. And that's what I enjoy. So has it been ruined in the past? Yeah. Yeah. I was fucking tired of shit a few times. And yes, anything that is a job becomes a job. Playing music can become a job. Being an actor can become a job. All these things that seem glamorous, right, and fun. You still have to perform. You're an athlete. You get paid millions of dollars. You still got to go out there and play. So yeah, it has turned into a job in the past, and it has really weighed on me. But those are years past, and I don't feel like that anymore. And I especially don't feel like that now. I just play whatever. And I'm sure it bothers some people, but it doesn't really matter to me. Dustin, how are you feeling about this? Has being in this, and Last Stand's really the first full-time job you've had in the industry, so you haven't been doing this nearly as long as I have. So I don't know that you've had enough time to let it accumulate either. I also feel like the days of being able to keep up with things are just so long over that you've never really experienced that idea of like, you could conceivably play everything that's meaningful. That those days are 15, 20 years in the past.
Yeah. I think most people in the game creator space or whatever, content creator space, definitely would have that issue where it's like, you have to play this. It does become work. Even in my little amount of experience with my old website, there was a lot of times where we were just taking any codes that people were willing to give us as a very small website. And so it's like, man, this game that I'm playing for a review fucking sucks. Or it's just not really a game that is of my taste, but it's what we have to do in order to try to grow this thing. And that very much becomes work. But for Last Stand, no, I don't think that it hasn't changed the way or feels like work at all because of the way we have things set up. I think there are times where the constant conversation or things around games gets old and really annoying and boring. You know, I am so fucking sick of Last of Us debates and Zelda debates. And God bless our Discord. I love you guys. It's Groundhog Day every fucking day there when it comes to Last of Us and Zelda and things like that. And it's not just like in our community, it's all over gaming, like with Twitter and things like that, where it's just like, I've had enough of certain things, and that actually can taint certain experiences. I think Last of Us in particular, that I think it's a great game, a great series. I am over it because of the constant debate over it. And I'm like, just, if you liked it, great. If you didn't like it, move on. So I think having gaming being almost nearly every aspect of my life, certain things do get tiresome. Absolutely. So, but as far as actually just sitting and playing the games, I'm very thankful that that does not really feel like work to me at all.
Chris, we've reflected on Red Dead 2 as being an experience that really pushed us.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, Micah, that's good news. Okay, cool. Sorry, we've been having, our HVAC has been acting weird, but it seems like it's okay now. That was the last time I felt like I was really crunched by something. And that was around the time we stopped even accepting codes. So I don't know if you even really had a position to feel like that. You also feel much more pliable than I am in terms of you really go anywhere and play anything. So you're going to be attracted to a bunch of different stuff. And I like that about us personally.
Yeah, I think so too. I've definitely had to like readjust because I think growing up, I let games simmer for a long time. Like I think I would play something like Mass Effect 2 for months. You know what I mean? It would take me like 3 months to finish Mass Effect 2, which is like laughable in hours count. But like I was always it used to be that I would play games. I would get into like this one day, right, where I would be like, all right, all I want to do is play video games. And then the rest of the week was like, do music stuff, do video stuff, do other things. Like it was very much something that I cared about, but it was always like the way that I engaged with them was very like spur of the moment. And it's been an adjustment having to like always be doing something, I guess, in some sense, like for week to week. It's not crazy. It's not even remotely close to like the crunch that we had for Red Dead 2. It's not even remotely to that degree. But there is like some pressure to be like, okay, it's a new week of Sacred Symbols. And it's like, okay, what are we playing? It's like, oh, fuck, I didn't play anything. And then I'll like find something because I feel like maybe I should have something to say. Which has become more natural, by the way, as time has gone on. But I remember that was an initial kind of thing where I remember initially it felt like, oh, I don't know if I play games deeply, and there are certain games that I play a lot for sure. And I like thinking about them and I like dissecting them. But week to week, like I bet there's in a 2 week period, it used to be that I would play games for like 2 straight days and I would barely fucking sleep. But then the next 2 weeks was like I would be out filming something, or I would be traveling or doing some weird fucking thing that I have no business doing. I just live a very strange existence. But to the degree that it's even remotely close to like old school games media, or to the idea that this guy's espousing, where he feels like he has to rush through a game to be part of the conversation. I think Red Dead was the last time I felt that. Mm-hmm. Genuinely, like that I felt rushed. And even then it was like, I loved the game. And I did earnestly want to see what was happening next anyway. So it felt begrudging, but also kind of willing as well. It was very weird, my experience with that. But
yeah, the whole being part of the conversation that whole term, for that term my entire career. And I understand why it's important for publications, but I just could not care less about being part of the conversation. I don't even really know what that means. It's like, I want to have my own conversations at my own pace with my own community when the time comes. I think people shove this shit down people's throats too quickly to the point where they can't even digest them. Like, I saw people putting up Death Stranding 2 spoiler casts like the week the game came out. I'm like, the game just came out. Like, why is this even useful yet? Other than to just hit the embargo. And I remember that drive. I'm out of it. I don't, our audience doesn't expect it. They don't want it. And that's cool enough for me, but we've programmed them to do that. And like Maddie, I give a lot of credit because it seems like he is constantly churning out criticism, which is really a lot. I used to be like that. I used to review multiple games a month. It's a lot to do. And then you have no time to play for yourself. And that's how you start to resent the field. And it's no wonder that there was a time, almost 10 years ago, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. That was definitely starting to feed it where when I was 16, I would have died to work at IGN. And by the time I was 30, I was like, please get me out of here. So I think anything can fall apart rather quickly. And I don't know. You just got to be true to yourself and what you're enjoying. If you're not enjoying video games anymore, then that's okay. But you should do things out of enjoyment, not because you need to watch the newest HBO show or see the newest film to be part of this nebulous conversation. Or it's like, I don't who cares?
Yeah.
All right.
There's also just a quick thing. There's also the thing that still sticks with me, even though I know it's completely illogical. Whereas I still have like a residual feeling whenever I'm playing a video game that like I'm not being productive. which is funny because it literally is productivity for me. It literally is like part of the job. But like, I look at the clock like that, like 40 hours in Death Stranding 2, and I'm transported immediately back into my room in like high school, where like when I go down to the kitchen or whatever to grab like a water or something, and it's like, welcome to the land of the living. It's just like, fuck. Mm-hmm. So like, I still feel that nagging feeling in my head. It's like, damn, I should be doing something else, which is unfortunate. Yeah, but like that's just hammered into me. That's not going away. It's ridiculous.
Timothy MacArthur wrote in, said, greetings CDC. Within the last month or so a Roblox game broke the concurrent player record, which now stands at just over 21 million. Having watched my kids play said game called Grow a Garden, I couldn't figure out the draw until the weekly update came along. The creator of the game comes on for 1 or 2 hours prior to said update and interacts with all the players via a global chat and gives free upgrades and unlocks things normally behind RNG. Are actual live events the future of gaming? I know it's lost on you, Colin, since you don't enjoy anything multiplayer, but the social interaction with friends combined with the interactivity of a live person or perhaps AI seems to be a huge draw. It's not only that I don't enjoy multiplayer games, Timothy, it's that I have no friends. So yeah, Roblox, as we were saying earlier, is a mystery. This Grow a Garden thing, I don't really know anything about. I will say that this could be the future, but it's such an off the reservation idea for me that I'm not the person. Like, I am already a relic basically, and by the time this sort of thing becomes normal in all these different games, I'll probably be fucking dead. So it doesn't sound exciting to me, but I'm curious what you guys think as being more open to multiplayer, live, interactive experiences. Do you think that, and that sounds like a cool idea. I mean, that's a great way to try. That's not unlike what an artist will do doing an AMA or something as their record is coming out or something, or going on tour, or like bringing attention to it. So it's not that unusual, but that sounds like a really neat idea. We should play Roblox one day and figure it out.
Yeah, we should.
Like
we'll figure it out.
I'm looking at videos of this Grow a Garden, and I gotta be honest, I'm like disgusted by it. The fact that this is, I get that we're not the market for it, but I see something like this, which
this sucks.
I'm looking at clips with no audio. I don't know much about it.
The speed at which you said that. This sucks.
Go play a real game.
Yeah, like,
play
what is wrong with you guys?
But the thing is, no, this is the primary audience of this is children.
Right.
This looks like a literal spam ad.
Yeah, this is like it looks like a fake Lego game, basically. You know, like
this looks like something you'd see like in the upper right hand corner of like Amish donkey or like albino black sheep, like advertising something to you.
This is making me feel depressed.
I'm actually getting angry as I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I am too. And then I just looked up the videos, and it's like, I grew every mutation on Burning Bud in Roblox Grow a Garden 4 days ago, 950,000 views. It's like, oh, okay. What? This looks, I'm sorry, this looks like shovelware. But obviously I think people are making it and customizing it. And so I get the appeal of the playbox, the sandbox. But it's what you're saying. It's like you see something like this and then you look at something like Death Stranding 2 or whatever, and you're like, what are you kids doing? You kids fucking demented? Like, we played real video games when we were kids. We didn't play this. Why can't you be normal? When I was 6, I was playing Kid Icarus. You're playing Grow a Garden with 21 million people. There were only 24 million GameCubes.
God, yeah, I don't know. I even with the context of the question, like I don't even understand how what the person is describing, this live event where like the person comes in and like I don't even understand how that would even function in this. I'm lost. Honestly,
let's try to translate this into boomer talk. The boomer sacred symbols crew here. The thing that I can kind of think about is like the 1 versus 100 live game on Xbox.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
Some of the Fortnite event early on when they was like brand new, like Fortnite's doing an event, the world's gonna fucking explode or something. I did one of those and it was neat. It was a neat execution, like seeing something like that happen in a game. And I think Destiny has done one as well.
They've done a few live events. Yeah.
The first one I remember was really lame or something. Like it was just not very cool. So I like the concept of it. I'm not really into games for the most part that do this kind of thing anymore. Occasionally, of course, I talked about liking Destiny 2 or whatever. And I think about the MMOs that have had world events. Like there's a bunch of YouTube videos about when the Matrix MMO game went offline. They did like a cool event for it where like the world was, being deconstructed and stuff like that. Pretty cool. So if they take this concept and apply it to a real fucking game, I would be into it.
Jesus Christ, man.
Here's the only good news, okay, about Roblox, which is headquartered in San Mateo. I never knew that. That's like right south of San Francisco. I never even saw their building, but I'm looking at a picture of it now. Revenue 2024, 3.6 billion. A lot of money.
Yeah.
Operating income, negative $1.06 billion. They're losing so much money doing this. And that's the crazy thing is like, how? Certainly not on production. So like, how are you losing $1 billion a year?
Is it just like servers? Is it because it's so popular? Is that it? Can't be.
They're probably trying to rapidly grow the company at the same time as well.
Why is Roblox losing money? And even they've been losing $1 billion a year for years, apparently. Roblox is experiencing significant growth in users and revenue, but has reported losses for several reasons. High operational costs, developer exchange fees. A substantial portion of Roblox revenue is paid out to the independent developers who create content. Infrastructure, trust, and safety. Building and maintaining the computing infrastructure to support millions of daily users. Reliance on a young demographic for revenue. The platform's revenue primarily comes from in-game purchases, with a large amount of users being children. Slowing growth in user engagement. Monetization of older users and new revenue streams, etc. So who knows if they'll ever ever really be able to square this thing? Because you can't lose money like that indefinitely. You're going to have to figure it out. So maybe this thing will just disappear, which would be, I don't want that. I know people like it. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's certainly not a profitable endeavor. So you're losing a third of your operating income, or you're losing a third of revenue in operating income. It's like, whoa. You at least want to break even or something. That means that's a burn rate of $4.5 billion a year. You know,
God, man,
that would be every year they're spending enough money to make conservatively like 15 PlayStation games. Excellent. All right.
I'm looking at this whole game. Feels like, you know, that Silent Hill remake where they had the Comic Sans on the sign.
Yeah.
That's what this.
I hated that.
That's what this whole thing feels like.
There's a doctor's office in my area that uses Comic Sans. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't use Comic Sans. It's too identifiable. Although when I first got Microsoft Word in the mid 90s, I loved Comic Sans. I used to write all my papers in it. I'm sure
that's so funny.
I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, explains a lot of things. Explain a lot if you really get into the lore.
I would love that. Illegal immigration and you.
Yeah,
by Colin Moriarty.
Yeah, like I think I literally wrote like a paper on like Jefferson Davis or something in Comic Sans. Yeah, it's like
that is absolutely psycho.
That was in middle school. All right. Final inquiry comes from Spicy Vodka, who says, "Hello, LS team. I just wanted to share a specific example about how gaming has made its way into education. I am a special education teacher at my local high school, and we received a grant from the state of Oregon to offer a class called Video Games as Literature. Students get the opportunity to play games while being able to write papers about the storytelling and artistic approaches with games such as Red Dead 2, Fallout, and Skyrim. These students get access to PS5, Xbox, and VR. As a special education teacher, my main objective is ensuring the students on my caseload graduate. It's been the time of my life to help write papers about video games that mean so much to me and share my gaming experience and perspectives with my students. I will note I've had just as many female students as males taking this class. Really great stuff going on in education, and I thought you would like to hear about what the U.S. seems to be hear about that when the U.S. seems to really want to rip down public education. Much love from a small town in Oregon." Thank you for writing in, Spicy Vodka. I just want to say really quickly, and I come from a family of teachers. Like I have both my sisters are teachers. My sister-in-law is a teacher, all in the public school. My brother-in-law is a principal. My mom was a teacher. She was really more of a professor. Cousins, like whatever. So I'm not trying, like I have a lot of teachers around me, but like people are rough on US public education because it's really bad. It has nothing to do with the teachers for the most part. It's just a really inept system. No one can read. No one can do math. No one, like, it's like, what the fuck is going on out there? So don't take it too personally. I know it's hard to say that like on a personal level. It's like, no one is, I think, going after the individual. It's like the powers that be have really botched the public education system. And I've recommended many times, I think it's called Sold a Lie or whatever, which is the documentary, the many-part documentary about reading and why people can't read anymore, which is because they just 20 or 30 years ago were like, we're not going to read English the way we read it for 1,000 years anymore. Now we're going to do it this way. So don't feel too bad. I think people are it's multi-directional, but people are mad at the system, right? Not the individual teacher. So don't be too upset. This is great. And I love seeing this not only for schools, but for special education kids, I think is awesome. We take film and music very seriously. When I was in Northeastern, I took a rock music class as one of my electives, which was really fun. And I wrote an entire 15-page paper on the 311 song No Control, which is a really random song. And it was taken very seriously, and everyone can pick their song and you really go into it in the depth, and you're breaking it apart and you're looking at the lyrics and the composition. And people have been doing this with film for 100 years, right? Like film studies class, the interpretation. I've watched amazing documentaries on what's that? What it's called, Room 451 or whatever. That really awesome documentary about The Shining, about like breaking it down.
Room 237.
237, yeah, whatever it is. I just threw a number out there. It had to be some 3-digit number. So I had 1 in 999 chances of getting it right. So it's cool to see games being treated like that. I think games have been treated like that in our space for a while, probably for the last, not for very long. I would say 15 years, maybe. Certainly the rise of YouTube and the YouTube video essay and people really diving deep, breaking down the stories and the lore.
Yeah.
We're where we need to be now. And I think now it's time to proliferate this to the wider masses. And this is the way you do it. I remember when I was at Kind of Funny, my ex's cousin, who was actually a Moriarty, interestingly, she taught at a private school in San Francisco, and I actually went in and gave a little seminar about games to them. They were in older elementary, young middle school kids. And we played games and we talked about them, and we played Gone Home. and like a few other things. It was fun. And you could see, and they wouldn't let me film it, unfortunately, because I wanted to film it till I put it up. But it's a cool opportunity to introduce games to kids, although they don't need that. I think it's an even better opportunity to introduce games as something more serious to parents. Because like one of the big things that I think there's a disconnect with, I know this with one of my own sisters, is she like won't let her kids play games during the week. And I'm like, why? They're watching TV, they're watching movies, they're on their phones. Like what don't you understand? You know, like about video games.
The phone's way worse.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I've said this too about like my dad's married to a woman, Nancy. She's a really wonderful woman, but she doesn't know anything about what Dagan and I do, right? Or she's in her 70s, right? It's like, and when I told her, she's like, she knows I work on games or whatever, but she didn't know that I was like writing the stories. And she literally was like, video games have stories? And I'm like, yeah. Like people just don't get it. They don't think there's any, in other words, a lot of people don't think there's anything to analyze. There's nothing to scope out, educate yourself about, dissect. Like they don't get it. Doing this, I think, is a good way to get it on the itinerary. And then it gets kind of brought home. Parents take it more seriously. Kids realize there's something here. This is a great way to emphasize the seriousness of the art, I think. And I love seeing it. So you don't really have a question as much as a comment, which is fine, Spicy Vodka, but I want to give you props for doing something like this. And I think it's important that this stuff is integrated more and more, because I think games are, if people that don't understand video games now are themselves relics. It's been 20 years since video games started making more money than movies. It's like, come on, get with the times, but still you need to push people over the edge. This is a great way to do it. So keep up the good work, Spicy Vodka. Do you guys have anything you want to add, or shall we wrap it up?
No, I think you said it well.
All right. Yeah. Let's go then. That was a good episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. Hope everyone out there enjoyed it. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. You too, any plans for the rest of your day?
Yeah, I'm going to see, I think I'm going to try and see Superman tonight.
Oh, I've heard that it's not great, but I don't know. I'm not the one to judge. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care about Superman.
Yeah.
Really at all. Like I've never given even a half a damn about it. I think I was like vaguely interested in the animated series when it came out.
Yeah, the animated series was cool. The Batman one after Batman.
Yeah, but like I don't think I really watched it intently. I just kind of liked the bright color. Like I was more into Batman and Spider-Man the animated series than I was Superman. I just remember getting a toy. I remember getting a Superman toy at like Burger King or something. And I was like, oh, I like this. But I don't know. Superman's never been prime for me. But I'm a big fan of James Gunn. I like him as a director. I think he does really good stuff. And I don't know. I'm just curious as to how they're going to handle it, because Superman in my lifetime hasn't really been done well, like entirely. Like I think Christopher Reeve is like the only good real interpretation of Superman that people can universally agree upon. And even that kind of fell apart after I think the third and fourth movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just curious to see if it's good, if it's interesting, if it's anything like his other things, which if it is, I'm expecting to enjoy it, but we'll see.
Yeah. I've said this before, and I used to, quite controversial because my old co-host was a mega Superman fan, but I always felt like it, and I tried to, like, he would lend me comics and I would try to understand it better, but I always kind of found the character a little lame, if I'm being honest. It's like,
yeah, me too.
He's too powerful. He can do everything. He's super strong. He flies. He's like impervious to everything. He comes from space. So like, it's like too much, just like slick stuff. But again, it's because he comes from that era of like, no one really knew what they were doing. And in some sense, like he was one of the prototypes for what we have today. And so you have to respect him for that. I do think the character design is cool, especially in the cartoon from the 90s that you were mentioning with the little thing of hair in front of him and stuff, and the triangular build of him, very much in that Batman art style. I think that the aesthetic is there. I just don't think the character is very interesting. Like that's the only DC character I really care about is Batman. Otherwise, Marvel is just so much more interesting. And really neither of them are very interesting to me anymore. But
yeah, no, I mean, I'm in agreement, but I'm also, I think I'm a film person first. And I'm just curious as to how it's going to go. I'm a big James Gunn. Like I think I found James Gunn when he made Super. I don't know if you ever saw Super, but Super is so fucking weird. Like that's apparently one of his lowest rated movies, but I loved that movie.
No, I've never seen
that movie. Is crazy. It's like Rainn Wilson, and it's I feel like if I explain it anymore, it kind of ruins it. But it's interesting. I recommend watching Super if anybody's curious. But yeah, I'm probably gonna see that tonight. In the meantime, I'm I don't know, it's only 2:00 here.
Yeah.
So
the world is
kind of an
oyster.
awkward amount of time.
Yeah.
Before a movie, but
yeah, just
figure it out.
Stick around.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. Dustin, goodbye to you. You're lonely now. We're going to talk after the show. We have things to do, but I was talking to you a couple of days ago and we have things to do. And you were talking about coming here. Maybe now you're not, obviously, but I was wondering still, I'm like, is he trying to tell me he wants to come here? And I'm not giving him the proper due to be like, yeah, come be with us if you want, if you're lonely, if you're feeling lonely. So you're always welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I have many plans now going forward. Both some work stuff to do. So tonight I'll be editing this show. Tonight I'm watching the last episode of Squid Game. Let me tell you, fucking bleak.
Yeah.
Very cheery show to be watching by myself. So I'm looking forward to that. And then my dad during the show texted me because he got some kayaks on Facebook Marketplace a few months back. And he wanted to know if I want to go out on the lake on Sunday.
Cool.
Not normally my thing, but why not? So
go spend some
hopefully
time
I
with
don't
your dad.
drown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go hang out with Papa. And I got to figure out what to eat tonight because I'm not going grocery shopping and I'm not eating hot dogs again, but that's all we got.
Order in.
So I'm either going to order something or sit in my car and eat Taco Bell and listen to like the Persona soundtrack for ultimate sadness, you know?
It's a wild thing to barge in on.
Yeah, I did that. I one time got Taco Bell drive-thru and ate it in my car and this Persona soundtrack was on. And I had that moment of like self-reflection, like, oh,
yeah,
this is who I am in my 30s. All right. It could be a lot worse.
Yeah,
it could be a lot worse.
Deeply.
Well, be well and be safe. And when does Holly come back?
She comes back Tuesday morning, and I have to wake up at like 4 a.m. to go pick her up. So I'm not excited about that.
She that's a hell of a voyage for such a short trip, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Cambodia,
I think
Jesus Christ. You know?
Yeah,
that's so far away.
It's a long trip.
Is it even real? Is it really even there? Like, that's a place where I'm like, I'm not even sure Cambodia is actually there.
Honestly, I knew the name Cambodia. Well, I knew it was a country, but you couldn't, before she started planning the trip, I didn't know where it was.
Yeah, it's by Vietnam.
Yeah, by Vietnam.
I would have never, if you put a map in front of me and it was like sight unseen, like where's Cambodia, and you had a gun to my head, I'd be dead within seconds.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even try.
I only know Laos and Cambodia's location because they were both involved in the Vietnam War, so they have to be attached to Vietnam, and I know where Vietnam is. So that's right. Easy enough for me to track. But she went to Taiwan, which I think is the most interesting. But did she get the chance to spend any time there? Because I really want to see Taiwan, especially before the Chinese take it.
She only got to spend time in the airport, so not really.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, her layover was in Taiwan. And what's funny is when she booked the ticket initially, the two flights, she was either going to fly and have a stopover somewhere in the Middle East. Maybe Thailand's not in the Middle East. Where was it?
No.
Somewhere that she was going to stop. It was like she booked the ticket and then 3 days later, all the Iran stuff was going on.
Oh, shit.
She's like, oh, I'm glad we're going the other direction around the world.
What's the city she flew into in Cambodia? It's called like Phnom Penh or something, right? Like something like that.
Phnom Penh.
Yeah.
That's where she was the last few days.
Yeah, that's so she flew from Pittsburgh to Seattle to Taiwan to Phnom Penh.
Yep.
Man.
She flew on a Hello Kitty plane.
Micah told me that. That's cool.
They didn't plan that, which it's perfect because both her and my mom love Sanrio and Hello Kitty.
Yeah, so Micah does too. I think that's why she knew. So that was.
It was even decorated on the inside. It's Hello Kitty.
That's cute.
It's like, wow, that's very nice.
That's cute. Well, she's probably living like a queen over there. I'm sure it's not very. I would be unsure to know like how well she eats and all that kind of stuff for how little she's going to spend. And
oh yeah, the hotels were like insanely cheap.
I bet.
She's like, we're really splurging by spending $100 a night on this one.
Oh my
hotel.
God, $100 a night is probably like the nicest place in fucking
the
city.
She was like, this place is amazing. I was like,
cool.
Most of them have been, one of the hotels I think was like $12. I was like, that sounds sketchy, but sure enough, it looked fine. So
that's so insane.
Yeah, I watched that guy Bald and Bankrupt, which we really love, and he travels all over the world, and he always stays in these like shady hotels for like $10, in all these random places. And some of them are actually pretty impressive for like what you're getting, and some of them are just horrible. Right. But you would get nothing like that for here. All right, well, guys, good to be with you. I'm gonna 5:20. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe walk the dogs or something. I don't know, and relax and rest. So I appreciate you guys. Appreciate all of you out there for your love, kindness, and support. Be well. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and all sorts of other perks. LastStandMedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.